So I think the only board member that's missing right now, this is Kelly Jones, is Melissa, and she told me she might be driving in on the front end of this of the work session. So we can probably go ahead and get started here in the next 2 or 3 minutes. We can just give her a couple more minutes to try to join. That would be great. Are we also missing Carol?
Looks like it.
Okay. Let's see if she's having trouble logging in. Dr. Lewis, do you want to go ahead and start? I haven't heard yet from
Carol.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we can go ahead and get started. Good evening, everyone. We are excited again to present another episode, if you will, of our Together Again update. I think this is episode 5. And during this update, I don't want to steal Patrick Kelly's thunder in terms of sharing what we will cover at this board meeting, but we will look at pretty much how things have been going thus far. As you know, this is beginning our second week with our first 6 weeks of online learning. And so we'll kind of talk about how things are going and then what we can expect going forward. And toward the end, we definitely would want to get some feedback from the board in terms of information that will be needed for our September 28th board meeting. So with that, I will turn it over to Patrick Kelly, our Executive Director of Curriculum Instruction, and he will share the agenda for today and what we will discuss. Patrick.
Good afternoon, good early evening to you. It's good to see you all again. Thanks for your service. I'm sharing my screen with you. Let me go to present mode here for our next edition of our update. As usual, we provide you a little bit of a timeline of what's happened since the last time we updated you. On October 27th, Education Unified Command moved the risk level from green to yellow. The next day, administration decided to continue high-risk sports and activities while we are in yellow. On September 1st through the 3rd, we had our first virtual parent-teacher conferences. Got a lot of feedback from staff and from principals that these went very well. On September 8th, we began remote learning for all staff and students in USD 497. And on behalf of our entire team, we want to express our real appreciation for our families, our students, our teachers, our administrators, for their flexibility, for their resilience, for their creativity. This hasn't been easy, and it's taken a ton of work to get started last week. For our students and families, their patience, as we try to iron out problems. For our teachers and our administrators, they work closely with those students and families, so they really have to make it work in the end. And we understand what a huge task that is. We're all going to keep working to do our best to get this to work. We're going to share some student voices with you, but just from our entire team, our appreciation to our teachers, our staff, our families, and most of all our students for their work during this time. The last thing on this timeline here is Education Unified Command maintained that risk of yellow on September 10th. So moving into our agenda for today, we're going to talk about student engagement and learning logs a little bit. And some of that is brand new news as of today at 12:30. So we're going to share that information with you. We have some guests from Burt Nash here also to discuss a Building Bridges program that has to do with student engagement. We're going to talk about student and family internet access. Zach Conrad is here to discuss technology. Rick Henry is going to talk about sports and activities. We're going to give you an update on hybrid and distance learning and how our plans are evolving for hybrid learning and where we are right now with our distance learning. And then finally, Dr. Stubblefield will talk about student support centers as part of Education Unified Command. I wanted to pause here and ask the board, we talked this morning, how would you prefer? We can stop after each presenter and give you an opportunity to ask questions, or we can go all the way to the end, just do the presentation and then have you ask questions. Do you have a preference on that?
Board members?
I actually prefer the presentation and then ask questions, but that's just personal. This is Carol.
Are there any objections to that?
No, that would be my preference too, just to go all the way through and then ask at the end.
Okay. My only request would be that you watch the time if we do that to allow for board conversation, and that board members are keeping track of their questions as they go along so that we don't lose them. But at, I think, around 6, I'd probably step in and ask for you all to wrap it up.
Sure.
If we haven't had a conversation yet.
I think that will work really well, Kelly. Thanks for that. Okay, so on to the first section, which is on student engagement, and I'm going to invite Darcy Krause, our Director of Elementary Schools, to visit about elementary engagement.
Good evening. Thanks for this opportunity. It's fun to share good news with you, and I'd like to reiterate Patrick's acknowledgement of our teachers and our building leaders, our support staff. It has been a heavy lift to launch, as you can well imagine, and they've done an amazing job. So we have some numbers to demonstrate that. Our average daily attendance for week 1 for elementary is coming in at 96%, really close to 97%. Depending on the day and the site, the range was between 92%, and some buildings we even had 100% on some days. Definitely attribute this, as we talked about, to the dedication and perseverance of the staff everywhere. And also, we've been exploring some intentional partnerships with the Boys and Girls Club and several daycare centers to augment our student attendance and engagement by partnering with them ahead of time on the technical side of things, and them crafting their schedules around ours to help our little ones get on and participate.
And then Rick Henry's going to visit a little bit about secondary student engagement.
Thank you, Patrick. I too would like to highlight the amazing things our students, staff, and families have accomplished leading up to the start of school this past Tuesday. I really appreciate all of our staff members who have worked long hours to bring us to this point. It's, as Darcy said, it's been a heavy lift. We too are pleased with our first week attendance data. In terms of average daily attendance for the first week, middle school came in at 95.1%, high school 94.7%. If you want to look from range from lowest to highest by grade level, in week 1, middle school had a range of 92.5 to 96.7. And again, by grade level, high school had a low of 90.2 up to a high of 96%. Really pleased with that. We will keep an eye on that moving forward because we certainly want to maintain that high rate. Thought I would throw in, since this was about student engagement, thought I would throw in a little information about extracurricular involvement. At the high school level, we have combined 1,504 students involved in fall events, fall activities. At the high school level, that does include athletics, debate, and our music participants. At the middle school level, we're happy to have nearly 300 involved, and that number is just athletics. And remember, there are more opportunities at the high school level for participation. So in terms of where we are in the world right now, those are pretty good numbers.
So let's a conversation now about learning logs and adult contacts. And Zach Conrad, our Executive Director of Technology and Assessment, is going to address this information.
So this is actually old news. As of 12:30 today, the Kansas State Department of Education has made some adjustments. But I wanted to go over some of the things that we've been working on up to this point to make this happen. And Darcy and Rick and all of our building administrators have been doing an amazing job at ensuring that we had learning logs in place. And that just shifted on us today at 12:30. But what hasn't shifted is our count day is still September 21st. This day, I cannot overemphasize how important this day is for funding purposes. This is the day that we count our students, and funding is based upon this number that gets audited for about a month or so. A lot of work goes into making sure these numbers are correct. And learning logs was going to be key and essential, and the adult contact, the meaningful daily adult contact, into making sure that our count day was successful this year. And so we went through and created a couple different logs, ways for buildings to keep track of those students that were not in attendance online, that we didn't see that day, but they did complete learning that day. And so those students were required by KSDE at the time to complete a log and to have meaningful teacher contact. And so Darcy worked with elementary principals to create logs within Google Forms. And actually, go back a second, sorry. And we worked with, in the secondary, to create logs with Rick Henry and those building administrators and our IT team to build logs within Power School. Now, they also needed to have meaningful daily contact with teachers. And so we were building methods to collect that information, and that information is actually going to carry forward. So the KSDE allowed us to calculate the minutes a little differently depending on each child's situation to get them to 360. Next slide, please. And the process that we had in place that we were gearing up for and that we sent out some information on and all schools were prepared for, schools were to pull the daily attendance of each student, and they were to look at those students that either had a 0 or 0.5, meaning they missed something that day. They would then take those student names and look in the logs to make sure that those students had a log, that they did work, and the elementary and secondary, like I mentioned, had different methods for doing this. But this is a labor-intensive process for all of our staff they were so willing to step up and complete this task. But because all of our kiddos are remote, this was necessary for us to get funding. And it's a big lift that they were all willing to do. And we're a bit thankful that KSDE has shifted our requirements, but we're also very grateful that our buildings were willing to take this on, considering the situation in such short notice on getting this up and running. So from collecting that information, they were to go into the attendance and then mark it as learning log. We no longer have to do that process as of 12:30 today, or at least part of that process. So the meaningful adult contact will still move forward. Next slide. So the new process that KSD just let us know about at 12:30 this afternoon that we're still digging into, so it's still somewhat new to us, and we have to go back and start to hash out what all this means for all the little details. But instead of a log, we have these remote learning assurances that are very similar to what the board has already signed off on when they signed the remote assurances for the State Department. So this needs to be signed by every student or the parent or guardian. So on the log that we have received copies of, the parent will list out all the students. And then there are 3 requirements that or assurances that they are committing to. They sign it and we get that back. Now we have to create a whole new plan of what this looks like for buildings to collect this data. And so that's going to be something tomorrow that we start diving into heavily. The daily meaningful contact is still required. So we still need to keep records of reaching out to parents and tracking how we are making contact with those students who are not in attendance that we don't see face-to-face virtually. And so again, I can't emphasize this enough, it's brand new to us. This came out at 12:30. Although we heard some rumblings about it, we just saw it at 12:30 today. And so it's still going to take us a little time to work with building administrators to really roll out what this is going to look like. We don't need to have these logs or these assurances signed by the 21st, but they will be audited. So we need them as soon as possible. So we will start messaging this out to make sure that parents are aware, that building principals and administrators understand how this is to be collected and what we're going to do to ensure that we have that meaningful daily contact. Because the kiddos do not count for us. We lose funding on them if we don't have the learning assurances and we aren't making daily meaningful contact. So we need both of those elements in order to count our students as a full-time student and receive funding for them. So this is a very important process for us. And we need to make sure that it works as effectively and efficiently as possible for our parents and our administrators who are taking this on. Thank you.
So one of the things we learned over continuous learning in the spring was that every once in a while we have a student who maybe falls in that 8%. Maybe they were absent a lot, and we just lost contact with them. It could be for a technology reason. It could be because they moved to stay with a grandparent who could support them during the day. It could be a mental health reason. And so when the CARES Acting funding came through, we are pleased to partner with Bert Nash on a program called Building Bridges to support how we reach out to those students who we may have seen consecutive days where they are not engaged in learning. And we've invited Stephen O'Neill, the CEO of Burt Nash, and Judy Rodman, the Director of Child and Family Services from Burt Nash, to join us and tell us a little bit about building bridges and their timeline for getting that kicked off. So Judy and Stephen, if you could unmute your mics and take about 5 or 6 minutes and talk a little about the program.
All right. Thank you, Patrick, and thank you to the school board and all of the school staff. Before Judy talks, because she's the real expert here, I just want to let the school board and Dr. Lewis know how much we've appreciated working with your team, the staff of USD 497. Kevin, Harrell, and Jose Cornejo have been particularly great to work with. And I would say in the last 2 years, I've seen the relationship between our two entities get stronger and stronger. I'm just so pleased with where we're at today and this tremendous opportunity for the students. I'm a proud parent of 3 Lawrence Public School students, and I know how much families and kids are struggling to adapt to this environment. So thank you. And Judy, I'll turn it over to you. You're really the expert here, and I'll just hang out in the background.
Thank you, everyone. When we started talking about this proposal, what we talked about was what we learned in the spring. And some of the things that happened in the spring is we did see some of those students that fell off of everyone's radar. So when we started having these conversations, I contacted some of our RAP specialists and started getting some input from them. And what we realized is some of our tier 3 kids, our higher acuity kids, were doing better in the remote learning. And they had those wraparound services in place where they really seemed to be doing fairly well. We had a few exceptions, but overall they seemed to be doing really well. What surprised us was some of our tier 2 kids that were on everybody's radar but wasn't considered a high-risk kid were some of the kids that really struggled. And we heard a lot of feedback that sometimes it was the technical. They were having problems with bandwidth in their home because there was 3 students trying to connect at one time, or parents that were doing at-home work and the children doing online learning. So some of the struggles were bandwidth. Some were kids' emotional needs that suddenly, they were able to manage in the school setting when they came to school every day and knew what to expect. But when life became unpredictable, we saw some anxiety and depression symptoms really start to increase. We also saw some struggles with parents that were otherwise doing really well. Suddenly they were struggling with needing to change the environment and how school was being handled. And so we saw some real family systems issues come to surface. And so when we started talking about this program, what we had discussed was bringing in 6 case management level staff that would work from noon to 8 p.m. every day of the week, or the school week, Monday through Friday. And the purpose of that would be to have some school hours where they could meet with building administration if they needed to, teachers, educators, school counselors, school social workers, school psychologists, RAP specialists, really our mental health teams, our care teams, to find out who are the kids that are really ramping up and that are on everybody's radar. And with those case management services, then those individuals are able to go to the family's home and to help to assess what is their needs at this moment and plug in those services where needed. We've really felt it was also important to look at some of those kids that maybe came on our radar that day that were in crisis. What I heard from the RAP specialist is it always seems that when there's a crisis with a kid and we have a child experiencing suicidal ideation, that comes to our radar toward the end of the day. So everyone's scrambling to make sure that those individuals have the support they need. With having the case management support, if we start a plan and we're needing to transition to home community settings, that person could be the person building the bridges between the school, the family unit, and community resources that maybe they're needing to be successful. We also wrote the proposal to have 2 parent or caregiver support positions. And that's because of the feedback that we were hearing from family systems is that some of the families started struggling with some of their own symptomology or managing with how to create the structure, managing how to parent. What we heard from parents was that they now have a lot of respect for teachers and educators because they realize their child's behaviors are different when giving instruction to education as compared to what they were experiencing at home, and they didn't know how to support their child around this. So having the case manager that could go in the home and really be the communication between the school and the family, we just felt would be really successful. And then again, helping with that social emotional learning. Some of the skills that we use at school to help the child be successful, those parents don't necessarily know those same skill set. So having the individual that could go in and work with the family unit, maybe work on let's do some big muscle activity before it's time to do our math. So that way you could be engaged and sit in your seat and be able to do your math lesson. Or maybe we have a kid that's really has problems with social anxiety. So let's do some mindfulness and some regulation. So then you're able to do your activity with school. So we're very excited about this opportunity. We're very hopeful that this is going to fill a gap that we feel that we currently are experiencing. And it's really to focus on those after school hours. I think the schools do an excellent job of supporting students during those school hours. And then we have those after hours where then we have some struggles. And then we know that following day, you may have some carryover behaviors that show up when you're trying to do instruction. So we are happy to do this partnership. We're happy to be able to add the 6 case management positions and 2 caregiver support positions, and a manager position that will have a team that is just dedicated to building the relationships with our schools. So thank you.
Thanks, Judy. Thanks, Stephen. And if you all could just hang out for a little bit in case board members have questions, that would be great.
Thank you.
We're going to invite Zach to join us again and talk about access for students and families as related to technology.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. Zach Conrad, Executive Director of Data and Technology. So we have tried diligently to ensure that our students and families have access to the teachers while we are remote. We have the 1 Million Project partnership with T-Mobile Sprint. It's actually the 10 million project now. We're limited to 150 hotspots through Sprint T-Mobile, and we have kept those hotspots at the high school. There's an application process for a hotspot, a 1 million project hotspot. We also have purchased board-approved 300 hotspots through AT&T. They both have unlimited data, both the 1 million project and the 300 hotspots that we purchased from AT&T. We looked at free and reduced price percentages at each building, and we divided up the hotspots according to those percentages. We then delivered those hotspots to librarians, and librarians have been just amazing right now in the support that they've been able to offer the district in delivering hotspots and checking out devices. This has been something unique and different this year that we've been in this situation. And so a huge shout out, round of applause for our librarian staff and their willingness to support us in helping families receive these hotspots. We still have some students that have needs out there, and we are working with Midco to have a similar process as we did last year to provide internet connectivity. There's a few more things that we have to work out before we can offer that, but hopefully we're pretty close there, and that'll be a better solution that will provide more permanent internet connectivity through Midco. And they've been a terrific partner for us, and so we're hoping to keep that going. We also had device handouts. Again, this was very unique to us that students were able to keep devices over the summer. And so it was a bit tricky getting them in. Once we get them in, we clean them. We wipe them from they were attached to a student, so we have to wipe all that information off of there. We refresh it and we send it back out. So that turnaround takes some time. We've had a lot of dedicated staff in our department. We are very few. There's 6 IT staff, building techs that have supported this process, and they've done a phenomenal job of juggling this with other responsibilities, and I can't thank them enough for all of their hard work that they've put in during this process. We supported the buildings as they handed out the devices. They had multiple handout days. We tried to ensure that every student got a device. There are still a few more out there that we are attempting to track down to make sure that they have devices. But all in all, our buildings did phenomenal work scheduling that, getting the message out to families, tracking down those that didn't have a device, and making sure that they had the opportunity to pick up a device, whether here at the district office or there at their building. So that's been a tremendous effort to get devices refreshed and back out to students. We've also tried to support families managing the help desk. This has been quite a challenge this year. We had going up to the first day of school, so that Friday, it slowly built to Friday, we had about 700 help desk calls. We have very limited staff to handle 700 calls, and I know that the buildings were also assisting and managing some of these calls. There was wait time. There is still people that we need to call back. So leading up to Friday, and then on Tuesday, our first day of school, we had over 2,000 calls. We answered as many as we could. All hands were on deck at that point. I was answering phone calls. I am not the ideal person to handle help desk calls, but we were able to troubleshoot quite a few. It was a terrific day, but one we hope not to repeat in this manner. It was 2,000 calls for a small staff is a lot. We have slowly tapered off. Today we received about 250, so we slowly tapered off from 700 down to 400 at the end of the week, and today we're at 200. We did provide tech guides, video libraries, and handouts. We were hoping that would mitigate a lot of our telephone calls. Lots of individuals and families still needed and still preferred somebody to walk through the process with them. So we still handled a lot of those calls, but we did try to mitigate that with the videos, the tech guides, and the handouts that everybody received. So rolling forward, we do have some ideas on how we can better manage the calling system to make sure that more phone calls during high peak times that we answer as many as possible during those times. Thanks, Patrick.
Thanks, Zach. Rick Henry is back up with us again to talk about sports and activities.
Thanks, Patrick. I'm just providing a brief follow-up from the last time I came before you to discuss COVID-19 mitigation strategies in place for our activities. You'll see on this slide that these are the things that we said we were going to do, and they are what we are doing. We're completing daily screening, which includes the written part, asking of questions, temperature checks, just those sorts of things. We're also wearing masks and social distancing unless directly involved in live play. Now, I'll say on this one, we know that in this area we aren't perfect, but we are continuing to educate students around the masking and distancing protocols, as well as reinforcing our requirements of masking unless directly involved in live play. We know we're not perfect, but we have the expectations, and we are continuing to educate and have those and maintain those expectations. We're not using locker rooms. That's the next point down. We're making use of practice pods. Those are smaller practice groups. When applicable, coaches have created smaller practice groups to limit exposure among participants. during transportation to events, we are social distancing and masking. And we are also limiting spectator numbers and requiring spectator masking and social distancing during contests. So just wanted to follow up with that to let you know that those are the things we said we were going to do, and those are the things that we are indeed doing. And I'm really proud of our schools, our administrators, our coaches, our participants, our teachers, who are overseeing this process, because this is definitely not something that was in any classes they took in their teacher preparation coursework. So thank you to all of them.
So we thought it might be helpful to give you some background on what our students are thinking. The Lawrence High Budget Online is their newspaper with their sponsor, Barbara Throlin, and Tony Racy and Nadia Sandburn did a really nice article asking students how it's going. And I just included here a couple of their comments because I think we want to be clear, we don't think it's all gone well. And I think the students, you'll hear positives and negatives. So I'll just read you each student's quote. It's actually gone much better than I thought it would. I like the flexibility. For some classes, having 30 minutes of a lesson and then 25 minutes to work alone is really nice. I think the lows are really the awkwardness in some of my classes being online, which makes people less likely to answer questions. The silence is the worst part. That was Caitlin Sand. She's an LHS sophomore. The teachers are working very hard to accommodate these circumstances, but it still doesn't seem normal to me. Emma Francis Smith. I'm sure a number of her other students share the same thoughts. The first week of school was all over the place. I get bad headaches from the screens, and there's a learning curve on how to participate in WebEx without awkward pauses and confusion with mics. Aside from that, it left me feeling pretty optimistic about the school year. I think we'll get better at it, and it gives me more control over my routine. That was Reese Wolford, a Lawrence High senior. And the last quote I pulled from the article was from Brian, I hope I get this right, Zexer. He's an LHS junior, and he said, I feel like it's been a big change, and I feel pretty exhausted. It's definitely something I'm going to have to adapt to over time, especially since we haven't been in school for 6 months. So I did just get a taste from our high school students. We certainly hope we can get some similar information from our elementary and middle school students, just a little taste of what they're going through as we talk about distance learning and remote learning. I did want to take just a little bit of time to share with the board sort of what happens when you get a group of kids from across the district, elementary students, there's about 400 in there, and about 17 teachers who we identified for distance learning. The initial work that was done is to put those students evenly into classes. But remember, some of those students are from different schools. So, they kept it about 5 or 6 schools per teacher. The kids still want to be connected with their home school, but their teacher might also be from another school. So we had to navigate that. Then once we got those set, we had to look at ELL certifications and make sure those kids who were ELL identified were with an ELL licensed teacher. So we had to move some more kids. Then we had to figure out a special schedule for art, music, and PE. And those teachers had to be identified who are also teaching in probably a hybrid format at their own buildings. And where was their room in their schedule to be able to teach a group of kids from multiple schools, all 14 schools, and multiple grade levels. And so that was a big trick. And then, yes, we have library and counselors who also provide plan time for our teachers. So we had to work out a schedule for them. Then we also had to go back and make sure that those kids who had title services were still getting title services so we can make sure we have the title funding. And finally, we have materials that need to be distributed, but we didn't want to send it to one school. We wanted to make sure it was a student's neighborhood school. So a big hats off to Chris Hayes and a team here who gathered materials from all those teachers who wanted to make sure their students had them and then disperse them out by kid, by school. And our building principals, we got them passed out. These are big logistical problems. And I just wanted to give you a bit of a glimpse of how we get 400 kids assigned to 17 teachers from multiple schools. The big champ on all this has been Darcy Krause, and she's going to talk a little bit more about distance learning and what that looks like at the elementary. Darcy?
Thanks, Patrick. It's definitely been a communal effort. I owe Boone and Zach something. Anyway, yes, we basically have created what all of us are lovingly calling the Distance Learning Academy, because if you note, approximately 400 students, 17 sections, that's one of our bigger schools. And it was very important to students and families that we heard from initially. How do we stay tied to our community school? We don't want to lose that. And it was very important to the principals as well. So ensuring that communication, those monthly newsletters, all that good stuff that makes you feel tied to your school, that there's a continual process for that, or an ongoing process for that. One of the things I think was most difficult, and big hats off to Denise, who has a specials mind and a scheduling mind that I only wish to have someday, but we are basically taking the same amount of personnel resources and dividing it to support two separate learning environments. So being able to do that has been a little bit of a Jenga puzzle as we've put it together. So lots of people have done lots of hard work on this. Our students currently are receiving, as Patrick mentioned, live in-person specials rotation, just as they would in our hybrid model, as are the library and counseling sessions that are going on. Our ELL and title services, those are groups that fluctuate. So that will be a challenge that we will continually deal with. But our teachers have been troopers as they also adapt to being basically their own learning model. We are providing a specialized collaboration for them because they're kind of their own entity, but yet wanting them to remain connected to their home school as well. Hopefully this is a temporary situation and we don't want to lose those relational ties. So kudos to everyone who's been a part of this.
Rick, you want to talk about secondary real quick?
You bet. Like the elementary, well, not like the elementary. There are some similarities. It took a lot of work to get this off the ground. We thought that we would start by showing you the numbers of secondary students who opted for distance learning. We had 534 secondary students who selected the year-long distance learning option, and just over 1,000 secondary students who selected the semester-long option. I really appreciate the middle school and high school staff who completed all of the tricky scheduling to make this happen. We are meeting the needs of students wherever the needs are, and it took a lot of work to make it happen, but we have good people in place who have made that happen. Our distance learners will receive the same educational opportunities as our hybrid students. They have access to the same courses, teachers, and resources. In fact, they will be taught by the teachers within the building they attend. This will allow for as smooth a transition as possible when our distance students and teachers are able to join us in person once again. Again, really appreciate the efforts on behalf of so many. Truly took a team to make this happen, and we know we still have some things to work out. There's still a few bumps to smooth out, but we feel very good about where we are right now.
Thanks, Rick. And Kelly, I did get your message. We are on schedule to finish by 6 o'clock. No problem at all. We are continuing to update our Together Again plans on the website. So those have been going through changes as we've made changes, as we've arrived at more details. You can visit our website for both hybrid learning and distance learning. We haven't made many changes to in-person learning right now, so but I would encourage you to go there. Also, from a curriculum standpoint, we really tried to maintain that teachers have access, whether students are in hybrid learning or they're in distance learning, that they have the same resources. You've seen the last couple of board meetings, a number of instructional resources that you've been approving, and those have all been online resources. Again, tonight, you're finding more resources on there. Our curriculum instruction team has worked very well by having those working groups in the summer. We were able to establish what resources we maybe needed to update, sometimes for just a year as we get through this year. One of those was Florida Virtual School, and that's on your agenda, the consent agenda for tonight. And that's really being used at the elementary only, based on what Rick just shared with you, because those teachers, we don't have students who are at the secondary level who are different than everybody else. They're weaved into those classes at the secondary level, so the instruction stays similar. We did think it was a resource that may be helpful at the elementary level, and so are recommending approval for that purchase. The purchase of those all comes from CARES Act money, and I'm sure Darcy will talk about that a little bit as she talks through what plans we have so far for hybrid learning. Darcy?
Thanks, Patrick. Well, the good news is our work groups, our task force this summer diligently untangled a lot of the details surrounding hybrid learning. So we're going to take that off the shelf, dust it off, and go to work the remainder of this month with filling in the logistical details. What we do have done is a lot of the instructional guidance that came from those work groups that was shared out at the beginning of the year during the professional development time. Our non-instructional systems, that's like breakfast, lunch, arrival, dismissal, common learning spaces, hallways, all of those logistics that are so important right now with the safety concerns. Our building administrators met with some teachers, and we teased out what that would look like in a common template across all 14 buildings. And then I tasked the principals with going back and tailoring that to meet the needs of our specific buildings, because obviously our buildings are different in size and scope, and so that needed to be customized to fit their individual needs. Moving forward, we need to look at what the difference is, how we will address our learning when we have our students in front of us, and how we will supply and supplement their learning needs when they are away from us during those remote days. As I spoke to earlier, during distance learning, we had that pool of personnel resources that we were dividing in half to support 2 learning environments. Hybrid really takes us to 3, because we still have those distance year long. We have our right in front of us in brick and mortar kiddos, and then we have those that are remote on those days. So again, going back to that 3D puzzle that we're going to put together, the CARES Act money that Patrick mentioned will be used to support our the Florida Virtual School. This is an optional resource that we are providing for both our distance teachers and our brick and mortar teachers, so that as they lean into their lessons, this will provide a supplemental resource. They are not going to be required to use it. They have worked so hard on building out their Google Sites and Seesaw and all of that, but we do believe that when our learners are away from us in that remote field, that the adaptability of Florida Virtual will help sustain our teachers through juggling those 2 different worlds.
Thanks, Darcy. And we thought we'd show you this short video. It's about 3 minutes long, about that we'll be welcoming our students back as they come back for hybrid learning, for good, healthy, safe practices during a pandemic. So sit back and enjoy the great work of Rachel Thomas and Julie Boyle. Well, maybe not. What happened there?
Patrick, do you want?
Hello, and welcome to school.
Please stay home if you have traveled to a hotspot. If you have been in close contact with somebody who's tested positive, if you are sick or waiting for test results, please help us keep our school safe. Stay 6 feet apart. Hello over there. Wearing a mask protects your teacher and friends.
You want to first use hand sanitizer, then take your mask by the ear loops or ties, put it on. Be sure to cover your nose and your chin. Take your hands and secure the mask to your nose. Cover your chin, then use hand sanitizer again. Try not to touch your mask until you're ready to remove it. When it's time to remove your mask, you'll want to first hand sanitize your hands. Grab the mask by the ear loops or tie, take the mask off, and then use hand sanitizer again.
Sanitize! When you get to school, you'll get a temperature check. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. If you have a fever, the school will call your help, and someone will pick you up. Make sure to walk 6 feet apart. Some hallways may be one way. This is my dance space. This is your dance space. Washing your hands prevents the spread of germs.
Wet your hands first. Then get soap. Use the soap to scrub your hands in between your fingers, on top of your hands, your palms, fingertips. Do this for 20 seconds. Rinse your hands well with water. Be sure all areas are rinsed well and clean. Get a paper towel and dry your hands thoroughly.
Wash your hands before and after you eat. Wash your hands if you accidentally touch the front of your mask. Wash your hands after you cough or sneeze. If you can't wash your hands, use sanitizer. Your special teachers will come to your classrooms. So will lunch. Sharing is kind, but we can use our own supplies. Be sure to bring your water bottle to school.
Our amazing custodial staff is ready to keep things safe in your school. Your school's custodian will sanitize each surface in your classroom with a stick mop. During the day, they will continue to clean commonly touched surfaces like your classroom door and doorknob. Also, our custodian is using a stabilized aqueous ozone solution, which is a safe, effective cleaner and sanitizer that has been proven around the world in healthcare, food service, and education.
Sanitize!
So we hope you enjoyed that. And we want to thank our Hillcrest team and our Boys and Girls Club group out at Hillcrest for their work with that. A lot of people went into that. Sonia Gomer, our coordinator of nursing, put that together. We're almost done. Rick's going to talk a little bit about secondary hybrid learning and what that's going to look like.
Hello again, and wow, I really don't want to follow that video. I wanted my slide to be ahead of it. That was awesome. I loved it. In terms of secondary hybrid, like the elementary, at secondary, we're continuing to polish our hybrid learning model. Secondary schools have engaged their building leadership teams in this process and will continue to do so. As you know, we're following a schedule at our high schools in which all classes meet each day. We'll be exploring a block schedule as a possible alternative when we are able to move to our hybrid model to trim out some of those transitions. At the middle school level, we're currently using a block schedule that we will transition with into a hybrid model. Our middle school and high school task forces will be meeting throughout this month to refine hybrid logistics. those common non-instructional systems. Building leaders will again engage their BLTs regarding these processes. We'll continue to follow the excellent curriculum and instructional guidance provided by the teachers and administrators who made up our content area work groups throughout the summer. We look forward to this next step in education, in educating our kids, and we look forward to hopefully seeing more people again soon, and stabilizing our system just a little bit more. Thanks.
And finally, Anna's going to talk a little bit about our student support centers, which has been an initiative of Education Unified Command. Dr. Stubblefield?
Good evening. I will talk about that quickly, but I also wanted to just, because I got a couple of texts, in the planning for distance learning, both HR and SPED have been involved in that, and students who are identified with IEPs and whatever staff support is needed is being provided by both of those departments. So I just want to thank our special ed department, student services, and HR as well. So Student Support Center, as a part of Education Unified Command, I am on the Equity Advisor and then the Child Care subgroups. And what our main objective was to try to eliminate the barrier that our frontline workers and our educators are included in that. May have with providing support to students or supervision to students during the school day. Each institution or school was charged with problem solving that for their individual organizations. For example, the city uses the Aquatic Center to provide a supervised space for their frontline employees, and KU's figuring it out. So as a school district, our hope is to open some 11 student support centers during the time when we're 100% remote at the elementary schools that are not hosting Boys and Girls Club. Based on our staff survey that was given to our staff, we inquired about child care barriers, and 80, and this includes certified and classified staff, responded that this was a barrier for them. And when we asked how many students did this involve, it was 125. So if we have 11 sites with 15 no more than 15 students per site, that provides 165 slots. Our target date is to start next Monday. However, we know that we will not have 11 open next Monday. So what we are doing, how we hope to staff those sites, was we sent out an interest survey to a few of our classified employee groups who we know probably will not be able to work their full hours based off of us being 100% remote based on the nature of their jobs. And that include our health office assistants, library media specialists, security guards, ISS supervisors at the high school, and instructional paras. We did not send it to Title, ESL, or ISAs, and a couple of other groups that either funding dictates what their responsibilities can be, or because they have full hours or work that will need to be performed. So of the 51 individuals that we sent it to, we've had 18 responses. We sent it out, I think, last Wednesday. And of those 18 responses, 2 have been a yes. So our goal was to have 2 adults at each site with no more than 15 students. We did get some questions about volunteers, and I'm working with HR on what it would look like if we used community volunteers to do that. So we're trying to problem solve this. We have more spots than indicated, and our thought process around that was we know that there are families who also are facing this barrier. With Education Unified Command, their priority was frontline workers, but wherever there's an empty spot, we will look at those students who are not engaging, and our hope is to be able to have those students take one of those spots. And then also we know that there are families on the wait list for Boys and Girls Club. And so we would try to, if we can, accommodate those unique circumstances. But right now we only have 2 yeses, and we'll continue to engage some of our partners to see if we can get volunteers and continue to provide information to our classified employees on what the supervision looks like. So that's the update around student support centers.
Okay, we're at 6 o'clock. So Patrick, this is our last slide, correct?
This is our last slide.
Okay.
Yes, and so thank you. We hit it almost on the nose. And just our next steps will be September 28th, and the Board of Education is asked to evaluate which model will be in if we continue with remote learning, hybrid, what the community spread data is at that time. So with that in mind, our team really wanted to ask the board, we would really appreciate any guidance you can give us on the type of information you're looking for our next update for you on September 28th that will help you make that decision. So we thank you for your time and stand ready to answer questions.
Okay, so in terms of facilitating the conversation to make sure we cover, which was a lot of content, and to also assure that we have given direction around what we need to make decisions on the 28th, I just want to summarize what the domains were in terms of what was in the presentation. On that slide 3, you can see that we talked about student engagement and learning logs, student and family access, sports and activities, hybrid learning, distance learning, and student support center. So as board members, if you can kind of get your questions in those arenas, that would be helpful. And then regarding the content that we would need to be able to make decisions, we began to give a summary, at least Erica and Carol and I did at the executive agenda setting around those things which we think board members will need in order to make an informed decision. I think some of those questions will come out tonight. I'm also asking that board members send those questions to Elise if we don't get everything covered tonight that you are going to need in terms of helping staff get prepared. And if you get those questions to them by the end of tomorrow, that will be helpful for their planning. Is that agreeable, Patrick and Dr. Stubblefield and Dr. Lewis?
Yeah, I think that sounds great.
Okay, so in terms of questions, are there questions around student engagement and learning logs or dialogue?
This is Erica. I just had a really brief question. So on the slide, it said 90.2 to 96% for high school average daily attendance. And I just want to know, what is the average daily attendance for this time, a typical school year? Just so I can get a good measure.
That's a great question, Erica. I think we're trying to come up with that number. I worked with Zach a little bit today because in anticipation of that question. Zach, do you have any thoughts about that question?
Yeah, I'd say we're a little above, but it's about where we would expect it to be according to years past.
Okay, thank you.
Other board members?
I don't have any questions, but I have this is Carol Kadia Blackwood, but I have a compliment to the staff. We have not had we're very lucky. We've not had any hiccups logging in or anything of that nature. It's been smooth.
Thanks, Carol.
I have a question, Kelly, just real quick.
Okay.
Sorry. Sure. So it's just a quick one for Rick. When you did the high school breakdown and you did the extracurricular numbers with the participants, do you happen to know off the top of your head what the percentage is, like what that 1,500 is and what that 400 is in terms of percentage of high school students and percentage of middle school students?
I don't have that, GR. I could easily get that. I mean, if we're looking at If we add the two high schools together, we're talking what, 3,400 or so. So roughly, what would that be?
45.
Yeah. Middle school, again, it's not the same kind of comparison as high school because we didn't include the music classes. But I would say the participation rate at the middle school is lower, but we also have to remember that there are fewer opportunities to participate, right? There are fewer activities to be involved with.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I have a question to building on Erica's. When you look at that 10% of students that were not in attendance, do we know whether those are some of our students that have access issues or that have internet connectivity issues, or are they students that are from lower income families?
Well, Kelly, we haven't, I'm assuming all of those things, but we haven't had the opportunity to really break that out yet. We know that we have some students that we're still trying to get in touch with for the first time. Some of those students are probably students who are no longer with the district, but just haven't informed us of that. We have that every year. We know that we still have some students, even though we've tried to touch base with them about devices. We know that we still have some students who we haven't even been able to contact to get a device in their hands. So we don't have those numbers broken out. We just haven't had the time. We were just trying to get some high level numbers so that you all could know the rate of engagement.
Kelly, this is Shannon. I have a follow-up to that.
Okay.
So, Rick, I guess I know you don't have hard numbers, but as you may have a sense from years past, every year I think we have students who move in and out because we're a pretty highly transient district in a lot of ways. And so I imagine that we have those kind of challenges at the start of a normal school year. We have students who we expected to show up that didn't show up, and we have students show up that we didn't know were coming. Is this year any order of magnitude different from a normal year in that regard?
I can tell you what, I could speculate on that, but I don't think we've been in school long enough to really have those answers. In fact, after count day, we'll have a lot more of those answers. I don't know, maybe, I don't think Kathy Johnson is on this, but I think she's going to be able to answer some of those questions, but it's probably going to be a couple of weeks before we have really good specific information about it.
Okay, that's fair.
And in the past, sorry, Anna. In years past, we've also had more lead-in time to our September 20th count day. And so we've had more time to establish our numbers and know who's moving in and who's moving out. This year, it's a much smaller window. They kept the count day the same, even though we moved our start day back. And so it's different this year. It's going to be a little tougher to really nail that down.
With regard to the assurances that need to be signed, is that something that we're going to have to do in a paper version, or is that something that we can do virtually for parents?
We can do we can do an electronic signature. Whatever the districts decide to do, the states will accept it.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to ask board members, we have community partners here from Burton Ash that have hung on and I know are invested in the school and broadly, but maybe if we have specific questions for them, we could raise those now.
Kelly, this is Shannon. I do have a question. I really am excited about this partnership and the supports that have been described. And I just wanted to verify, is this a program that we anticipate continuing beyond the end of remote learning? Maybe I didn't catch that if that was said, but I just wanted to, is this something we anticipate doing for this entire school year? Just what's the thinking?
Sure. Yes. And that was part of our rationale when we started talking about this program of the difference between having therapists or case managers in this role to go into the community. Having case managers do that, we anticipate that we'll probably be bringing more students into Burt Nash services, which would make this program sustainable and for us to be able to keep it moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
so Shannon, our hope isn't just the rest of this year, but like 2 years, 5 years, that this has become a permanent expansion in the availability of these types of services to children and families in Lawrence Public Schools and in Douglas County.
That's really great to hear. Thank you so much.
I have a question, and maybe I missed it. This is Paula. So the mental health team, I think it's a great program to get started, and the partnership continues. But how are you building trust with families and students? Because I know that I think you mentioned that there would be home visits or virtual home visits, or I could just be making that up. How are you building that trust with families and students?
Yeah, so that's something that we do all the time at Burt Nash. It's making that connection, building those relationships. It starts off a little slow at first, just like with any relationship that you build. It's going in and really helping them to identify the needs, and then that trust really comes for us following up on the things that we say that we're going to do, and really providing relief. I know as a parent myself, when I reach out to somebody for assistance, it's looking at, are they able to meet my needs? Are they able to relieve some of those pressures that we have? And does this make a difference? And when parents are able to see those things come into play, that's when we really start building the trust and working on that long-term relationship.
Does Burt Nash members, do they also go through the Beyond Diversity training that the district has put on for teachers and administrators?
Stephen, do you want to talk about our response day training that we're doing at Burt Nash?
Yeah, with Anthony Butler. Yeah, go ahead, Judy. Thanks.
I'm not signed up for that, so if you wouldn't mind talking, because I'm...
Oh, yeah. So we were... I'm not sure who facilitated the Beyond the Diversity training, but we've retained Anthony Butler at Burt Nash to come and engage in a series of discussions around race, around diversity and inclusion, in addition to the other trainings that we do. But over the summer, our CEO, Patrick, made a big statement and has invested us heavily in training all of us, from the CEO to our frontline staff, on how to better navigate issues of diversity, how to be more inclusive. So we're going through that journey. I personally attended a session today, and it was really good. I don't know if that directly answers your question. That being said, any training that the district thinks would be beneficial to our staff, we would be happy to ensure that they get to that training, and we would make any and all of our trainings available to any district staff that may benefit from them. So that's a great question. Thank you.
Paula, I would add, I believe we've had RAP workers participate in Beyond Diversity at different times. This year, we are doing the 2.5 intro to courageous conversations. The next one coming up, we definitely, for those case managers that, for the building bridges, we can definitely include them in that particular training. The 2 full days of Beyond Diversity, because we are in a virtual setting, we don't know exactly what that will look like. So we've been doing intro to courageous conversations with all of our new staff, but we can definitely include any Burt Nash staff that will be directly a part of the building bridges.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. And yes, the RAP specialists have participated in those trainings.
Thanks, Anna.
Can we, in terms of like the MOU between Burton Nash and the district, could that be formalized, like an agreement, but that would be part of our partnership, Anna or Dr. Stubblefield?
Yes, I know we're looking at the current MOU. I think it's on Dr. Lewis and Kevin's and a couple other desks, but we can definitely look at that and include that. Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions for Burton Nash folks? I have to say, Judy, I know you came to town about a year ago. I appreciate your building or helping participate in building this program and your leadership. So thank you for persevering and continuing to help us build a stronger partnership with Burton Nash, and for all the work that Jose and Kevin have done to build that partnership. I appreciate it. Appreciate your work.
Well, thank you. The districts have been wonderful to work with, and I have appreciated all of the bold and honest feedback from Kevin, Jose, Lori, Patrick, Kelly. I think that it's been those fierce conversations that we've had that have really made a difference, and so I'm very grateful for this opportunity. So thank you.
Nice to see you. Board members, I think we can move on to sports and activities if that's okay. And if there's other questions related to student and family access, we can come back to them. I want to make sure, I know there are a couple of you that have questions related to sports and activities. Does anybody want to jump in?
Kelly, this is Shannon. I guess I have some questions, and it may be that these are answerable now, or they may be things that would be things that we would need to talk about on the 28th as we're making the decision about how we transition or whether we transition to remote learning. So I guess a couple things. Obviously, since we've been in the yellow in our gating criteria, certainly I suspect all the rest of the board members are getting emails from the community asking, why are we using the gating criteria or being more strict than the gating criteria when it comes to student instruction, but we are not using that gating criteria as it relates to our sports and activities. And so I'll just be honest, I'm really struggling with answering those questions for parents because I don't have a good rationale I can give them as to why we would be more. The board has taken an approach with our instruction starting the school year that is, I guess, the right way to say it would be more risk averse. That we're minimizing the risk more than even our public health folks have necessarily recommended as kind of the bare minimum of what we should do. And so I guess that's one question I have. And then the next question, and this really might be the discussion that has to happen at our meeting on the 28th, which is, depending on that discussion about the gating criteria and whether or not some of the high risk activities for our students continue, have we considered what that means for those students in terms of returning to in-person instruction? If we are in a place where we choose to move from remote learning to a hybrid learning model sometime in October, do we need to have a discussion about making exceptions for people who are in high risk activities? I know that's something that the Olathe School District did when they had a discussion about this a couple of weeks ago. And the rationale being, if you're participating in a high risk activity, you need to stay out of the classroom until you're finished with that high risk activity, continue remote learning until you've completed it, and then had a couple of weeks to make sure that you kind of quarantine from any potential exposure from that activity. So that's another question I had in terms of how we're going to approach those decisions.
Hi, Shannon. Yeah, so one, we know that all these are difficult decisions, and we use the gating criteria definitely as guidance to make those decisions. Will there be popular decisions? No. One of the things that we look at is school being mandatory. Everybody has to go to school. These extracurricular activities are indeed voluntary, and when we think about some of the social emotional impact that these activities have on our students. For the most part, some of our students are connected. We talk about school connectedness. Many of our scholars are connected to school by way of dance, cheer, football, sports, other sports and activities. And so those type of thoughts kind of go into decisions when it comes to that. If we didn't feel we had ways to mitigate risk, we definitely wouldn't proceed with that. Regarding your second question, that's something certainly we can talk about. As a matter of fact, it came up during, I think, an agenda setting around what it may look like for elementary students and high school students. And so, but there again, with those individuals that are involved in some of these other activities, that may be not necessarily an option, but mandatory for them to decide if we want to continue with this. Then you while you're doing this activity.
Okay. I guess I just want to share that I'm struggling still a little bit with the not using the gating criteria, just because it's public health guidance, and I see it as sort of the bare minimum of what we should be doing for risk mitigation. And I think that we actually, whether we intended to or not, if we make a conscious decision not to follow that public health guidance, we assume risk for the district. And I think that is worth some conversation at the board level about our comfort with the risk that we assume by not following that guidance. And that's not really something that we've talked about. So I would like to talk about that, and not necessarily right this moment, since we are running short on time, but I think that's an important consideration in terms of the decision of whether we continue to not follow that guidance.
And Shannon, for you, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Stubblefield.
Shannon, the only thing I think whenever you all have this discussion, for you to also to include in the conversation is when we discussed it at the last board meeting, we talked about Keisha offering the opportunity to shift and have a spring season. And given the change of all the other districts, including the districts within our league, if that decision would be made, I just want to be transparent. I don't know who our students would compete against, so there would not necessarily be a spring season because there are not, I can't think of any districts our size in this area or in the state that are not currently competing with some specific guidelines, and every district is different. I'm not saying that is right or wrong. I just think that's a reality for those students who are currently in fall activities. And the other component, and because it'll be the same conversation when we get to winter sports, when our students are scheduled to return, most of the fall seasons, unless they are advancing in the playoffs, will be ending or near ending. And so them sitting out, if that's a determination, it will be about, I just want to be transparent to the public, it'll be about 2 weeks because I think the playoffs start the week of October 30th or 23rd, just depending on the sport. And our students, if we continue with the 6 weeks, it will be mid-October. So that's just something else to consider. But for winter sports that are considered high risk, it will be the same conversation, but the fall ones would be wrapping up.
And I think that, you're right. The landscape shifted an awful lot since our last board meeting in terms of what the options are and what other districts are doing. I think another thing I would encourage us to have a conversation about then is, if we're not following the gating criteria, what are the additional risk mitigation measures that we might need to consider around on those high risk sports. Some things that come to mind have to do with, should there be a different decision matrix when you have players on your team who test positive or players on the opposing team who test positive? Should we be looking at the community spread situation in the communities of the schools that we're slated to play? That sort of thing. It's, I guess, like with our it's my understanding that the competition that Free State was supposed to engage in last Friday was actually canceled because of our own situation with COVID. At least that was what was shared with me by a parent. So
it was the school that they were going to compete against chose not to come. It wasn't. Right.
Right. Exactly. And so I guess what I'm suggesting is, are those the kind of conversations that we should be having as well on our end when we're looking at, bringing in students either into our community or sending our students somewhere else? I think there's a lot more to it in terms of risk mitigation and assuming liability than just saying we are or we aren't going to let this happen. And I really do want to have a more fulsome conversation about that at the board level, because that's really a policy decision.
It also occurs to me that along those lines of, and just kind of unpacking a little bit further what Shannon has said, that if we decide, just looking at the gating criteria period, if we make decisions to either in the format of an activity or if we make a decision to go against the recommendation of the health department or the directive of the health department, what are the liability considerations? What are we doing in addition to mitigate risk? So it doesn't just have to be within the sporting arena. It could be like also apply to the format of learning that we are engaged in. So I think that's a really interesting question to talk about. What is both the liability, but what is the policy piece of it from the board's end? If we allow for decisions to be made outside of that gating criteria, how are we accounting for them, and what are the parameters of that? So that does seem. I'll concur that for me, that's an important question.
So Kelly and Shannon, I think one of the things, I don't know when you anticipate having these conversations, because I think that will be helpful to establish that, because I think after this, you will probably be inundated with emails, or myself and Dr. Lewis either advocating for or against. Thursday, we'll get a new update wherever we are. I think it will be helpful, whatever is going to occur, that if it can occur sooner than later, so that families, and I'm just wondering about that, or we'll continue to evaluate and make a determination.
So it has to happen at the September 28th meeting for sure. If you and Dr. Lewis determine that it's a conversation that we need to have before then, like based on the gating criteria, for example, if we jump into they're color coding the red zone, and you wanted to have a conversation about doing something other than what's recommended, that to me could be a special meeting, and I would want you to contact me if you needed to pursue that path. But to have the conversation formally, our next meeting is the 28th. If you need it before then, outreach to me and we can potentially call another meeting if it's that. And again, I think it's just about being able to, as Dr. Lewis has said, like just tell the board how you're accounting for that decision making, and what are the factors that are going into a decision to not follow the gating criteria. And there might be justification for doing that. It's just the board needs to understand. And I think really in terms of the liability piece, I do think that's good governance to know how are we accounting for that? How are we factoring that in?
And I think there's a real risk, Kelly, looking at the data from this week, there's a real risk that we are going to exceed that 10% positive tests in the community criteria. And I don't know if that happens between now and the end of this week, what the health department will do with that, the color coding. So it's a very good point. Thank you.
So for other board members, we're getting at that 6:30 time, but I do think, again, I just want to remind everyone to forward any questions that you have or any information, additional information you would need to make a decision on September 28th for the format that we'll move into. And just reflecting on what you just said, Dr. Stubblefield, around what the community is hearing. This is a conversation in preparation for making that decision, but I think for most of us, we are hopeful to be able to include, presuming that we have positive testing rates that are in line with recommendations, that we would be able to move from a format that includes some additional in-person time for students. And as Dr. Lewis pointed out, that might look different based on level of student and a number of other factors, including student need. So if we have students who have limited access to internet, or students who have special education considerations, that we're looking at this holistically. It's not just everybody's this way or not, but thinking through what are the recommendations from administrators and from the LEA and the district based on what your experience has been the last couple of weeks. Yeah.
Could I make a request? I surely have kind of a bulleted list of some other things that I'm interested in hearing about. And for the sake of transparency, could we extend for just a few minutes to allow board members to?
I was actually going to ask that to be sure, but I wanted to ask board members if they were comfortable extending for 15 minutes.
But before you extend, can I offer that maybe we can get the bulleted list and provide the entire board? My only rationale is I do not want to shortchange the equity report that's coming up at 6:30.
I don't either, Dr. Lewis. I really, because we did last time, and it is something we can also include in board commentary. But I do think 15 minutes, either extended even from 9 to 9:15, would be comfortable. And I'll be careful with my commentary for sure moving into the next board meeting. Are there others?
So do you want us to provide just kind of a list of things?
I was wondering if I could hear from other board members.
Okay.
Okay, excuse me, this is Carol. And to whom do you want us to forward the questions to? Did you say Elise?
If they can go to Elise and Dr. Lewis, but if you wanted to share final thoughts, please do, Carol.
Sure.
I just want to make sure you have time.
Oh, no, I don't have any because, we don't know nobody knows where we're going to be on September 28th.
Okay. Other board members?
Yeah, I just have one thought. So Shannon, I just wanted to, just to your first issue about when you were getting questions and didn't know how to address people who were wanting to know how we were more safe. I forget the exact wording you used. It was way more academic than I'm using it at the moment in our classroom setting than we are with sports. What I've been telling people is how I viewed it then and how I view it now, and that we made that decision in July. And we made that decision in July before the gating criteria existed. We made that decision to start 6 weeks, and we made that decision to stick with 6 weeks so that we didn't yo-yo, so that parents in the July could know what the plan was going to be, could understand that plan, and could plan for it, could plan and anticipate that when school started, it would be 6 weeks of remote learning. And so the gating criteria has come out, and it was 2 weeks green, 2 weeks yellow. Other districts around us have already changed a weekend, and families are, for lack of a better phrase, because again I'm not that smart, are yo-yoing around, and to me that's how I tell people that was a decision then. The activity question was a decision that came later, and they're different decisions. So that was the one final thought that I had.
Other board members?
I don't have any additional comments. The comments I do have, I can just forward them on to Elise or Dr. Lewis. But I do not want to shortchange the equity report also.
Okay. And I think I didn't hear from anyone else. So last chance. or not last chance. Any other
Just a
additional?
couple things I wanted to throw out that I'm interested in hearing about as we make that decision. One thing we haven't talked about at all yet is the logistics of transportation if we move to a hybrid model, and so I'm interested in knowing more about that. I think I still need a better kind of a better summary of for those students who are transitioning to a hybrid versus those students who are staying in distance learning for some period of time. What is the transition going to look like from remote learning to those two models? What's going to be different for those students who are going from remote to hybrid versus remote to staying in distance learning? Because I still don't really fully understand how that's going to look. I have shared with Tony in our facilities meeting that I'll share here. I am really interested in hearing more about risk mitigation as it relates to adequate ventilation in our buildings. And one concern that has come up for me recently is, the recommendation has been all along that we cohort students, especially at the elementary level, to reduce the number of people they are exposed to during the day. But with the new and ever increasing data around ventilation and how important that is to mitigating spread, I'm not sure that having students staying in a classroom to eat lunch in all of our buildings is necessarily the safest, or at least not. I shouldn't say safest. I should say it does not necessarily provide us with the greatest risk mitigation if we are doing it that way. And so I think that's something, and I'll write that out a little more artfully in my written questions, but I think that's something I'm interested in hearing more about. And then I guess just having that discussion about the gating criteria, and as a policy matter, how are we going to approach that as we continue to move through this school year? So
okay.
I think, and then when we talk about the community data, one thing I know that this health department is reporting everything in these 14-day trend graphs. It would also be helpful to me to see actual numbers day by day, because the 14-day rolling trend doesn't really allow you to see actual hard numbers unless you go back and you try to pull up each day's report. So it would be nice to have that all put together in one document.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And so we want to move on to the regular board agenda to make sure that we have time for a robust conversation around equity and inclusion. We'll take a 5-minute break and come back it's not quite 5 minutes, but come back at 6:45. So I'm getting ready to call the meeting to order. Make sure I can see all board members. Melissa let me know she's having some connectivity trouble, but she's hoping to get someplace a little more stable here quickly. All right. So we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Can I get a recommendation for an approval of the agenda?
This is Shannon. I move we approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
This is Carol. I second.
I think, Elise, we have to do a roll call on virtually. I don't know if I got Elise with me or not.
Jones?
Yes.
Hill?
Yes.
Kadu Blackwood?
Yes.
Gordon Ross?
Yes.
Johnson?
She's not
Kimball?
connected.
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, we have special recognition, and Dr. Johnson is here to share with us some really. I'm just really excited to hear this recognition. So I'm gonna give her the floor.
Good evening to everyone. I can't see anyone. Okay, there we go. Maybe the visual will come on in here in just a few minutes. Let's see.
I think we lost it for
There
everyone.
we go.
Oh, there we go.
I'm here. It is my absolute honor tonight to share with you some great news that came to us mid-August. And it came in waves. The first bit of news that we received on August 14th is an absolute perfect example of what it means to have an inclusion revolution, what it means to have a unified generation, and what it really means to be Chesty Strong. I'd like to offer recognition to the Lawrence High School students, to the faculty and staff, but especially these three faculty and staff members, Eve Cummings, Susie Mishka, and Brad Stoll, for the work that they do with our students in regard to inclusion and showing what it truly means to work together and to lift each other, because we rise by lifting each other, and that's exactly what is taking place. On August 14th, LHS students Gracie Flanagan and Catherine Steinman were chosen to be youth ambassadors for Special Olympics of North America. They are 2 of 28 students representing the United States of America for Special Olympics. This was our first celebration, and we were so absolutely honored to be able to share this with our faculty and our staff and with our community. So appreciative to the Journal World and the beautiful article and things that they put together, celebrating this honor and things with us as well. I believe that Susie Mishka and other members are here. Also, I can't see them. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Susie Mishka, and she's going to tell you just a little bit about the national banner for the Unified Champion School. Susie, are you here?
Thank you. I am here.
Excellent.
IPS has been at Lawrence High School for the past 10 years. And for the last 5 of those 10 years, we've been in partnership with Special Olympics to bring the Unified Sporting Program to Lawrence High School. That's a sporting program that actually we were honored last at the board member after our first set of competitions, and we brought home a ton of gold medals. We were so proud. And the program has just grown and grown, and it is an inclusion style sporting program that allows all students to participate. And it has done, I think, great things for a lot of kids and great things for our students, as we have been cheered on by the LHS student body for many years now. So part of the recognition that they are bestowing upon us as a nationally recognized banner unified school is to meet 10 criteria of inclusion, and that a couple of those criteria are having an inclusionary leadership committee in our school, and that would be our IPS program, and then having a steady and supported unified sports program, which we have maintained and shown that we will persist as well, and a few other things as well. So, such as having school-wide activities, such last year we had the Spread the Word to End the Word campaign and video that went way bigger than we've ever imagined. So we just have had a ton of success last year in our 3 quarters. Boy, did I have a group of kids. We went farther and did more than we've done. I think I needed that 4th quarter to rest. So, I want to thank Lawrence High School, because in the past 10 years that we have been promoting inclusion, never once have we been told no. We've never been told we can't do that. Instead, the administration, teachers, staff, faculty have all said, what can we do to help you promote this idea? And they've brought it into their classrooms and activities and in all areas of the building. And so I'm really, really proud to be a Chesty Lion. And I'm so happy that we get to hang that banner in our gymnasium here. In about a month, we'll have our big reveal. So we're planning it now. So thank you very much.
Susie, I see that you also have Catherine and Gracie here as well. Either one of you would like to have a word?
Hi, everyone. My name is Catherine Steinman, and my Gracie girl's on here too. We are so excited to be taking on this journey and representing Lawrence and the great school of the Chesty Lions. We could not have done this without the support of Susie and our IPS family. Unified Sports is what brought Gracie and I together, and we are so proud of our unified program to be recognized nationally. And our main goal as U.S. ambassadors is going to be to make more schools in Kansas more inclusive by bringing Unified to others and hopefully getting some more banner schools. So we just really, it's great that we could pave the way, and Lawrence High was one of the first. So thank you so much for supporting us. Gracie, do you want to say anything on her, girl?
Yes. Thank you. Love you.
Yeah. We love you too, Gracie.
Hey, Mama Jay, what's up?
Yeah, that's my girl.
Yes.
That's all that we have for today. As you can tell, we are excited about what has been bestowed upon Lawrence High School. In closing, all we have to say, it's a great day to be a Lion.
Thank you all so much. I just want to add that Catherine and Gracie are both 2 amazing scholars. It's very rarely that you come to Lawrence High and see Catherine without Gracie or Gracie without Catherine. The work that they've done at that school around just this whole notion of inclusivity has just been amazing. And it's just truly remarkable to see, at something like that, as a former special education teacher, seeing our scholars engage in such a way that is just, like I said, full of inclusion. And so that's truly a testament to the work that Susan has done with the program there at Lawrence High. But most importantly, the level of acceptance that our scholars have for each other is just amazing. So thank you all so much. I'm super proud of you.
Thank you so much for your support. Mama J, you too. We love you both so much, and we've been so appreciative to have you guys by our sides this whole time.
Thank you so much. We know you already know you are loved.
I mimic Catherine. She does it best. Thank you for supporting us. Allow us to have these programs in Lawrence.
Thank you all very much. Congratulations. And it's really lovely to see how this has come along and the recognition that you're getting, and that is well earned and deserved. So thank you for coming tonight, and particularly to Catherine and Gracie's for showing up at a board meeting. We always like to see students, so thanks for coming. We have next is the report of the president of the board. I told Dr. Lewis I would cede my report to make sure that we had lots of room for our conversation about equity and inclusion. So I'm going to pass and ask Dr. Lewis if he would give us the report of the superintendent of the schools.
Yes, thank you so much, Kelly. And I would, surrender my report, but it's bragging on staff and students. So I definitely want to take advantage of this opportunity. I did have an opportunity to present the Lawrence Elementary Horizon Award on Friday to Alexandra Smith. Then this was the elementary award. Alexandra Smith is a teacher in our specialized autism program over at Quail Run. In only her second year of teaching, she has created an inclusive and supportive classroom community of students, staff, and family partners, all focused on student growth. And just this morning, I surprised the Lawrence Secondary Horizon Award honoree Allison Gilmore, a Free State agriculture and career and tech ed teacher. Allison has built a strong foundation of rigorous and relevant curriculum following the state competencies. Her students have the essential questions, the objectives, the vocabulary, and other procedures all at their fingertips. And they know what it takes to be successful in their classes. The district will nominate both of these exemplary novice educators to the Kansas State Department of Education's Kansas Horizon Award program. As always, we continue to appreciate Truity Credit Union, our partnership with them. They presented both of our honorees a check or gift card for $250. So thank you to Truity. I want to congratulate this year's 8 National Merit semifinalists. Yov Gillip, Julia Lynn, Isabel Loney, Ayla Nguyen, Spencer Ware, Ding Ding Yi, all of Free State High, and Joseph Lucian and Colin Merritt of Lawrence High. Also, my thanks to our teachers and staff for their patience and perseverance during our first few days of school. Obviously, we are still learning as we go with remote learning, but I do appreciate our staff, how they're approaching these challenges with a growth mindset. I also want to thank our IT staff for their outstanding work. No matter how many how-to videos, instructions, or help guides that we share, there will still be questions about individual technology needs. And they've just been tremendous during these first few days of remote learning. We do have a small but mighty tech staff, and they do a great job of assisting our staff, students, and families. We learned this week that the State of Kansas did approve Douglas County's CARES Act funding requests. We appreciate that our district will receive approximately $1.1 million for priorities we have identified that are directly related to COVID-19. If you've seen some of the pictures on social media, the most beautiful auditorium, I think, in the country resides over at Liberty Memorial Central Middle School. Well, we have theater lighting, new house lighting, and other audiovisual adjustments have just been complete there. And we look forward to returning to host events in that beautiful space in the future. Today, we added a 5th grab-and-go meal site at Woodlawn. Food Services average serving around 800 free meals daily during the first week of school. To meet USDA requirements, we are now asking adults who pick up meals without children present to write the children's name on a waiver and display a numbered piece of paper in their vehicle during future pickups. This will help us and help our program stay in compliance with federal meal reimbursement requirements. I do want to thank our Lawrence Rotary for donating 350 pairs of shoes for elementary students. Anyone whose child is in need of a pair of shoes should share that information with their elementary school, and we will assist those families as much as we can. I do want to express my sympathies to the families and friends of Lawrence philanthropist William Dan. As you know, Mr. Dan died last weekend. He was a longtime supporter of the district's early childhood programs and the Lawrence Schools Foundation, donating tens of thousands of dollars annually for the past 27 years, including a $50,000 check this month. The organizers of the new early childhood playground they had already planned this at Kennedy. They want to name the new playground the William Dan Playtown in honor of his generosity to the early childhood program. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I'm glad you didn't cut any of that short. Appreciate it. We now are going to do patron commentary. I'm going to read a audience participation form. This is just, or excuse me, not the participation form. The audience participation. I just lost my computer. Does anyone have it? Does any board member have it up that they can read for our public, our individuals who are providing public comment?
I have it.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
The USD 497 Board of Education welcomes patron comments and thanks you for taking time to talk to us about our policies and procedures. We set aside this time during our regular meetings to hear from the public. This is your time to share your opinions. However, complaints about specific staff or students will be heard by the board in executive session in order to protect the privacy of the individuals to be discussed. While you are not required to share your contact information, we ask for that information so district staff or the board can follow up with any specific concerns you may have. The board president will invite comment on topics not included on the agenda at the beginning of each meeting. Comments related to agenda items are welcome after the board has had the opportunity to discuss the topic. Please limit your comments to 5 minutes.
Thank you, JR. I appreciate it. I have Alexandria Kane. Are you with us?
Yes. Present.
Thank you. We're ready.
Okay, I will try to make this as quick as I can. I have a lot to speak on. I'm here to speak on behalf of my family and my son, who is an IEP student. I appreciate everything the school has done. However, this situation has not been conducive to his learning. We're experiencing, of course, a lot of issues. One is the school lunch issue that he was not able to get his lunch at his allotted scheduled time. I had to send multiple emails. Meanwhile, I'm at work dealing with all this. It took me saying I was going to go to the newspaper in order to get a call to get his lunch there. When in his IEP, it is already an issue. Food is a huge trigger for him. So if he can't eat at the time it's allotted, then we have another dysregulation issue. And as far as us both being full-time working parents, we can't just go to the next one. So it's frustrating that meals aren't being delivered to families who need it. I think that would be great if that was an offered service. I understand that there's furloughed employees through the district. I think that would be a great opportunity for them. Childcare is a huge issue, just even getting to the meals. There may be so many people that my childcare provider is taking care of that they can't put them all in the vehicle. Not only to be able to find reliable childcare, I have 2, 7, and 8, and a newborn. I cannot find anyone to take my children at this point because there are 3 kids. It is impossible. We have no call, no shows from babysitters. Could be on the verge of losing my job because I cannot find reliable childcare, and we need both incomes in the house. And it is hard balancing it all. And DCF by no means is loosening their guidelines to come and help pay for that childcare. Hybrid sounds ideal for most students, and I feel like my student is not like a regular student. Hybrid could cause him more dysregulation, but he is in such a desperate need of having the interaction with teachers, paras, and his peers that's what we're going to be forced into, which causes more dysregulation because it's another inconsistency in his schedule. It is hard for me to come home at 6:30 at night and look over his work and make him work on it more. These kids don't deserve that. Our families don't deserve that. And I understand that we're living under someone else's rule. However, this just doesn't work for some people. His IEP requires a pair with him throughout the day in order to be successful in the general education classroom. We have worked since 2 years of education, 2 years of age to get him to where he is now with his education and being able to even be in a general education room. And now we have somebody to click into and say hi to him or tell him to calm down. Yeah, right. There's no way that's going to work. No way. I've reached out to additional sites such as Burt Nash, but they are so short-staffed Most of them are even on quarantine now. I have reached out to people and I'm looking for resources, but these people, I can't find somebody to even socially interact with my son. They come to my patio to sit down. There's been an extreme amount of regression. He couldn't attend the ESL for summer school because that was virtual. And I said, no, that's no way. That's not conducive to his learning. That's not going to work. So he's already missed out on that much schooling. I find it interesting that Blue Valley, Eudora, Baldwin, Perry, these schools are going to be back in person 5 days a week. If anything, why can't we have smaller class sizes and then let IEP students at least go to school? I feel like these children are getting left behind, all of them. And it's not just IEP students, but especially IEP students. They have been totally forgotten about. And, it is required by the state for these guidelines to be met. And I am at the mercy of everyone and everything. If I could just have a teacher, administrator, somebody sit in my living room one day and see how difficult it is. I have a stepdaughter who attends a different school, plus a newborn baby. It is literally impossible. And we are doing the best that we can. The school, I'm communicating with the school every day. But again, it's literally impossible to juggle it all on top of trying to maintain 2 full-time working people. That's all I got.
That's a lot. I appreciate your coming and sharing that. And I think it's a really important thing for us to hear. And I just appreciate that you were brave enough and motivated enough to be in front of us, and I can hear why. So thank you for coming, and it'll have an impact on the decisions that we make.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Next, Dr. Khan is here, I believe. Dr. Khan, are you with us? Okay, I'm gonna just double check the participation, and while I'm doing that, Sarah, is it Rosalind? Sarah, I can see you're there.
Yeah, it won't let me unmute. Oh, wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Oh, Sarah, hey! So nice to see you. Okay. All right.
I was supposed to mute, sorry.
Oh, Sarah, would you mind? Yeah, we'll let Dr. Khan go. Okay.
Awesome.
Okay. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I am Fatma Khan. I'm a physician, attended medical school in Missouri and did residency at the University of Missouri, Columbia. And the reason why I'm here is to share my thoughts on school reopening, and happy to take any questions if anybody has. So some of the consideration as we are getting more and more data about whether or not children can be affected by COVID-19, and also if they're able to spread it in their households, as well as back to the teachers and staff in their schools. So initially, the thought was, mainly from the data that was received from other countries, is children were not affected. And also, there was a theory that children were not spreaders of COVID-19. And those theories have been debunked. And at this point, the most latest data that has come out, basically, it's saying that children can be affected, as we have seen the numbers in the news media, and also they can be spreaders. So I'm going to share a couple of points here. So young children infecting family members, and this is from Utah. Of 12 children who acquired COVID-19 at 3 Utah child care facilities, 1/4 of their close contacts became infected, and most often mothers or siblings. The second one, and this is from this morning that I received. Okay. Infected children have at least as much of coronavirus in their noses and throats as infected adults. So, and up to 100 times as the children, for much younger children, which would apply to the younger children in kindergarten, etc. Some of the other information that I would like to share is, so far, as of last week, so just the data from last week, 80,000 cases as of last week for positive cases in these schools for the children. In Michigan, they reported 11 COVID-19 outbreaks at K-12 schools. And I don't know if there are any teachers on the board, but the national data is 30% are over 50 years old and 51% have risk factors. And the recommendation, I attended one of the lectures this morning for school reopening, and the recommendation is to open the schools when the infectivity rate in the community is less than 5%, and stable and declining. Okay. So as far as there was a comment made earlier, as we're going into the winter months, the ventilation will become an issue. So we are already in September. By October, the temperatures will start dropping. And one of the important factors we have to keep in mind for COVID-19, it spreads by air. And the droplets, initially we were thinking, does it stay in the air for less than an hour? Now they're saying it could be for several hours. Also, not only that the children can get infection in the school, but also the children who have parents who are working in healthcare settings or other frontline workers, they may be getting exposed, bringing it home, giving it to children. Children could be taken back to the schools. So so it's not just unilateral. It could be coming from the community or elsewhere. So pretty much that's all I want to tell. I'm seeing all this with very open mind. I did hear the previous commentators' comments as well. So, I'm saying it with a very open mind. It's a moving target, and it's too early to say which way we're going. We don't have the vaccine yet. We don't have a solid treatment yet. So my recommendation as a physician, as a mother of an elementary school child, my child has asthma, and keeping all those things in mind, my recommendation would be to stick with online learning until we have a solid treatment available or vaccine available to decrease the liability for these schools and also for the families that are involved with high risk situations. I understand there are families that require childcare, etc., and those will be special consideration for the board to think about. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing the medical expertise. We appreciate it. Sarah, are you still with us?
Yep, can't get rid of me that easy. Sorry.
I didn't think so.
Okay. Well, good evening. My name is Sarah Ruslan. I'm also a teacher in the district and a proud parent of 3 kids, 2 of whom are LHS graduates. And then tonight, I just wanted to pop in a little bit due to a conversation I had with my daughter who came home over the weekend. And it began with the statement, WebEx sucks. And I thought, well, what an odd thing to say. And so I thought of some of the things that we've had challenges of as teachers. Like we've had, I think those breakout rooms are coming, so we're excited. But we've had sessions that have crashed. We've had, the inability to see more than 4 students while you're sharing your screen as a host and some other things. A big one this last week has turned out to be battery power for those iPads, because I guess the WebEx just really uses a lot of battery power. So we've got kids who are now plugged in as they're working on it. And then I also wondered about the data usage for those Khajiits, because I don't know how much data it's actually using up, so I haven't been able to research that part. But I know we have some families who are sharing those. But I think the one that really saddened me when I heard her answer was that she said that she's still connected to students who are in the school. And she's been seeing these Snapchats about people who are being addressed, either misgendered or addressed by their dead name. And what do we do? And what that really was when she said it's invalidating and possibly harmful to the individuals it happens to. So I thought, okay, well, that's a really good point. Now at the elementary level, I don't have a lot of students who have maybe realized certain things about themselves and maybe aren't in that area, but we have so many students who, as they go through, how do we support these kids who are LGBTQ plus and how they are seen in their classrooms. And so I remember Power School, when they did their big sales pitch, they talked about it'd be initially like the teacher could put in their preferred name or add their pronouns, and then it would just be kind of in the system. So I think progress has been made in WebEx, but I just found out today, WebEx will pull your preferred name rather than the one that maybe was assigned to you. But I guess maybe the students don't know this, or maybe there's not a clear, or they're not easily finding who do they need to contact or who do they need to talk to get that change in the system so that at least their preferred name comes up. With Zoom and things, you could go in and you could add your preferred pronouns and those sorts of things so that it wasn't questioned, or you didn't have to feel like somebody was going to, say, oh, well, she thought, and they're like, well, no, I prefer they, them, just to kind of save that level. I know a lot of it, we're just getting back into school. You have kids that are coming in from other districts and whatnot. And so I'm just trying to think of how we can best help support those students and make them feel welcome and comfortable and supported as they go through high school. So I guess really the thing that I seem to have found is that from what she was reading on the stories, that people just really didn't know how to fix it. Like they liked when they could go in on Zoom and just fix it. It wasn't a big question, and they didn't have to make a big deal and just for it to be casual. And I know this is just kind of a general change just through many forms. I've been noticing forms. I've filled out a thing for vaccinations at the doctor's office, and it still asks for, there's only 2 choices for gender. So it's going to be a systemic, long-term kind of a thing that we can't fix overnight. But I just wanted to kind of, I can do and see what, I'm willing to work with whoever and see what I can do to help make a change so that they feel heard and represented. So that's really, I guess, kind of what it boiled down to, was the big thing that really just kind of spoke to my heart. So, and one other suggestion that I was thinking of this week, it came to me, when we're online, we as staff also can't make any change to it. So it'll pull from what we're listed as. We have first and last name, which is fine. But we have, as we're breaking off and doing work with students, and eventually we'll go to breakout rooms. I had a parent, I was helping them get onto an iPad. And so not being that classroom teacher, they knew who the classroom teacher was, but they didn't realize that the paraprofessional that was in the room and me, because they came in late after we'd started, who we really were. And they were like, oh, I just thought you were some random parent, which is fine. But then I thought, well, if I'm supervising students and I have kids in a breakout room and I see this adult in the room, how do I know that that's, I thought if there's some way, maybe if we ever have a way to influence WebEx or how it pops up for our names, if maybe staff could just be in a different color or something, because, it doesn't say like Miss So-and-so or mix, whoever, just so that parents or the guardian, as they're helping supervise, they could look over and say, oh, okay, well, that adult's in blue. I know that the district has vetted them, and there's not going to be anything of who are you talking to online for cyber safety and stuff. So just to throw it out there, I know I've got some kids that I'll have that'll be just remote, and some that I have that I normally see. So and I'm introducing myself to those people anyway. So, but just anything I can do to help be proactive about letting parents know that yes, we have their kids' safety at heart. So that's my very thrown together comment. I'm sorry, I didn't really write anything up tonight. So, but if there's anything I can do personally to help move that process so that our LGBTQ students get what they need, please let me know. I wasn't able to get that far today in my investigation, so, but just
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And it leads us nicely into our conversation around diversity, equity, and inclusion tonight. So thank you so much for showing up.
You're welcome.
All right. We do have board commentary. Are there board members that have commentary they'd like to provide? It's never happened.
Hey,
in the
Kelly.
history of the board.
I always have something to say, but I wanted to let everybody else go first.
Okay.
So if there's somebody else that wants to go, great. If not, I'll run through it quickly.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Wanted to just share that one of my duties as past president of the Kansas Association of School Boards this year is to lead the creation of the legislative agenda for the association. So I met at the end of August, started meeting with the legislative committee, and we are beginning that work focusing on our state issues that and the resolutions we're going to put together for the advocacy for this upcoming legislative session in Kansas. We've made good progress. I'm excited about we've kind of revamped how we're doing it this year to be more targeted and strategic. Those should be coming out publicly pretty soon, and I would encourage all of you, if you have feedback, to please send that to me. We're looking for feedback from board members all across the state, but I really want to hear my fellow board members' voices as we're putting together those priorities. So would appreciate that. Also had, it had been a while, but I had a meeting of the Governor's Council on Tax Reform also at the end of August. Basically, we were just getting an update from legislative staff and others on the budget outlook for the upcoming session, some of the challenges they foresee, and where some of the legislative proposals that we made last year, where they ended up and where we might need to be going. I continue to push as the education person on that committee to remind everyone that they need to continue to think about fully funding special education in the state school finance formula as part of planning for what our tax policy needs to support within the state. GER and I had a facilities meeting last Thursday, had a good discussion about progress at LHS for construction and also talking about readiness of our spaces for return to in-person instruction eventually in light of COVID. Really impressed with the work of our facilities and operations folks in all that they're doing in all those areas. Policy committee met a couple of weeks ago. We're meeting again this week, actually. And we have updates on just our regular updates on policy from KASB to look at. We finalized our gap guidance for our site councils, which I'm very excited about. That's something we've been working on in policy actually for a couple of years. And so it's good to have that out there as for schools and our site councils to use. And then finally, I just wanted to say thank you to our staff. As a parent, I recognize and I honor and acknowledge those families that have had challenges. And I know that there are things that we have to look at to try to help our families navigate this well. For my part, as a parent this last week, my 3 children had a really good experience. And I just want to compliment everyone in all the work that has gone into getting us to this point. It went very smoothly for the most part, a couple tech challenges, but really nothing that we couldn't overcome. So thank you to those teachers, but thank you to all of our teachers and our staff who've done such an amazing amount of work to get us launched this year. And despite the challenges that we've all heard about, I have received a lot of positive feedback from parents and about their families' experiences during this last first week of school. So just wanted to share that. Thanks.
Other board members?
Hey, Kelly, this is Paula. I just wanted to thank the patrons that provided commentary. I think it's a really nice complement to our Together Again update. So I appreciate that. I do want to save my time for the equity report, so I'm going to pass.
Other board members? All right. We're going to move on to approval of consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
This is Paula. I move the Board of Education adopt the items listed on the consent agenda.
This is GR. I'll second.
Hill,
Yes.
Kadu Blackwood, Kadu Blackwood,
She was having some internet connection. Can you come back to
Yes,
her?
there it is. Okay, yes, I
yeah.
switched
There we
computers. Yeah.
Kimball,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, moving on to new business.
Hey, Kelly. Did you get to vote? No, he's shaking his head no.
Oh. GR.
She skipped me and then counted me
Oh my
as yes.
goodness, GR, I'm so sorry. I didn't do that on purpose.
Sure. I mean, I would have voted yes, but
Oh, okay. So we're accounted for there now. Okay.
thanks, Shannon.
All right. So we'll move on to new business. We have with us Kathy Johnson, who is going to talk to us about briefly about the 2020-21 schedule of fees.
Hi, good evening. Kathy Johnson, Executive Director of Finance. And routinely each year, we provide you with the schedule of enrollment fees and various fees that we potentially be charging throughout the 2021 school year. And so what's attached to your agenda are those various fees. There are some notes about some that, although they're on the list, may or may not be charged based on what kind of a learning environment we are in. So for example, the activity transportation fee, although it's on the list for 2021, as long as we're in the remote environment or activity trips or field trips are not going to take place, we would not be assessing that fee to students. So there are a few of those like that. And I can open it up to questions. I have some additional information I can share. I don't know how much detail you want or don't want with this. Usually it's a consent agenda item, and so I know there was an opportunity you wanted for discussion. So,
do board members have questions? We pulled it just because of the uniqueness of the year, but Kathy pretty much laid it out. Is there any questions about it, concerns, clarifications?
Kathy, apart from those fees that we may not charge because of being remote or hybrid environment, any fees that we're increasing? I looked through it and I didn't think we were, but wanted to verify everything else is staying the same.
Yeah, all the fees are staying the same. We've not done any increase of fees for a long time, and that doesn't change going into 2021. So it's really pretty much what you've seen in past years. It's just that there may be some of those isolated fees that, as long as we're in remote, they will not be assessed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
If there are no additional questions, can I get a recommendation or a motion? The only board member I can see is Paula. Paula, do you have the agenda up?
Yeah, I do. So Board of Education approved the attached schedule of fees for the 2021 school year.
This is Shannon.
Second.
Kadu Blackwood,
Yes.
Gordon Ross,
Yes.
Kimball,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. we're going to move on to the district equity report. And presenting, Leah Wisdom, Director of Instruction, Equity and Student Services, Dr. Stubblefield, Deputy Superintendent, and I believe we also have members of the Equity Council and the Parents of Color Advisory Team with us.
Yes, thank you, Kelly. And as Anna gets ready, I just want to say how excited I am for our team to share an update just on some things that we're doing. If you recall, during my opening remarks at the virtual convocation, I talked about us being prepared for 2 pandemics. Well, obviously during our work session, and someone needs to mute too, I see that. Obviously during our work session, we talked a little bit more about our Together Again update, but that second pandemic that I referenced was around pretty much our equity work and more specifically our racial equity work. And so tonight you'll hear from the team around just some things that have been ongoing, but not only that, some things that are unique to this year as it relates to equity. There are many school districts around the country that are, because of the racial tension in our country right now, that are just beginning to grapple with this work. I'm super proud that we can say that we've been doing this work for a while, but there's still some ways that we can improve this work. And so what you'll hear tonight is kind of a mindset shift, if you will, in terms of just re-energizing the work that we've been doing and moving it forward to where we'll really begin to see the benefits of this work. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Stubblefield.
Good evening, Dr. Anna Stubblefield. We have rearranged our presentation just a little. We're going to actually start, instead of starting with like our background, we're actually going to start with an update from our Equity Advisory Council and Parents of Color co-chairs. So we're going to let them start to honor and respect their time at the top of the agenda. So first we'll hear from, and I'll introduce both of them. M.K. Emerson is the chair for the Parents of Color, and Jessica Beeson, who many of you know, is actually the chair of the Equity Advisory Council. So Kay is going to go first, followed by Jessica, and then I'll fill in any gaps that need to be filled in, and we'll transition to our the rest of our presentation. One other note, I don't know if it's updated. Originally, we were going to include HR in this report, but we're actually not going to do that part tonight, just given the time, and we're going to do a more thorough update around recruitment, retention, and those components in a future board meeting. So, Kay?
I think you're on mute, Kay. No, you're not on mute. It's just not. We're just not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kay Emerson. It's nice to be here with everyone. As Dr. Stubblefield was saying, I am the chair of Parents of Color Advisory Team. So we were originally named Delta, but we did a rename in 2019. And we have acted as an advisory board to the district on just a broad set of issues over the last 4 years. We're actually comprised of about 11 to 25 parents of color throughout the district here, and we try to meet monthly, except for in the month of July. So some things that we've done over the last 4 years we have provided input on the school dress code, English as language, the curriculum there, the school start time last year, and more recently we're kind of moving into more the new equity policy, and we're hoping we're in the process of getting some feedback from the members as it relates to the reopening plans around equity. So I mean, that's a little bit of a really brief update. I know one of the things that we are looking at in this upcoming year is trying to, since it's been about 4 years since we have brought voices onto the advisory committee, we are looking at expanding that out and kind of doing, I guess, a whole nother round of new individuals to get some new voices and perspective. But one of the really cool things that we also do is we try to provide representation across the district on the different site councils. So we're able to pull those unique information from those pod areas around the district, so we can bring that up to more of the larger meeting and conversation. So, but yeah, that's pretty to the point. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Kay. And then Jessica is the new chair of the Equity Advisory Council, and so she's going to give you guys a little update of some of the things that are happening and what some things they're working on as well.
Yeah, hi, this is Jessica Beeson. I'm the current chair of the Equity Advisory Council, but obviously a lot of you know me, so good evening to the board members. Thank you for letting us have this time. Mine's going to be a little bit longer. Like POCAT, EAC has lost some membership, and our charge has always been a little bit nebulous, which has made it difficult to keep the group engaged in the work. I know that members of the EAC want to be useful to the board and to be given things to do that allow us to have robust conversations, help with research, help with best practices, and make solid recommendations to the board regarding issues of equity in our district. These groups need to be re-energized and revitalized, I think, because we are losing so many members. And the reentry plan is a really great example of work being done that POCAT and EAC could have been really helpful about. Sorry for all the noises behind me. I'm sitting in a yard and there's a lot of things going on, but several concerns have been brought up by members and parents and staff. And so we actually created a survey that we sent out to our membership. And so I want to talk a little bit about that survey because I don't know if you've seen it. But basically the following topics were addressed. And so we asked them, we had yes and no answers, and I'm gonna kind of switch screens here, which since you can't see me shouldn't be a problem. But we asked several questions. So we said, in your opinion, has the district addressed students having internet access and connectivity? And overwhelmingly, 83% said yes. In your opinion, has the district addressed food insecurity? And again, overwhelmingly, the responses were yes. And again, this was the membership of the two groups that responded. 75% said yes. And then the following questions, we allowed them to say yes, no, and maybe. Information may have just not been shared publicly. So this question is, has the district addressed or provided a way to check on the safety of our students, i.e. the possibility of unchecked physical or mental abuse with no professionals actually seeing the students? And overwhelmingly, 75% was maybe, but we don't know because it hasn't been shared. And then our next question was, has the district addressed or provided a way to check on the mental health of our students? And again, overwhelmingly, the answer was maybe, but we don't know because it hasn't been shared out publicly. So that was a 75% answer. And then we asked has the district shared or discussed information regarding the potential increase in the achievement gap stemming from students who have access to better resources, i.e. home tutors, versus students who don't have assistance? Because what we have heard is that a lot of like the substitute teachers and the retired teachers have actually been hired by families to sit with students and be their in-home teacher. And so in that response, 50% said no, 25% said yes, and 33% said maybe, but we don't know because it hasn't been shared. The next question was, has the district discussed or shared any information regarding providing supports for families trying to navigate online school when English is not their first language? 16% said yes, 41% said no, and 50% said maybe, we don't know. The next question was, has the district discussed or shared any information regarding the consequences for truancy for students in an online environment? And 8% said yes, almost 60% said no, and 30% said maybe, we don't know. So then what I wanted to kind of talk about, we left like an open text box at the ends of it for any kind of concerns. And so additional comments included concerns about how at-risk students are being supported, including the possibility of creating teams at the buildings that can make home visits to check up on kids a thing. So each building kind of having their own team that actually responds to kids that are not getting online and whatnot. Members are also reporting that they have heard from friends, family, that there are concerns regarding how 504s and IEPs are actually being addressed and executed. People have seen kids sitting outside of school buildings and even at McDonald's to gain internet access. And is the length of the day sitting behind a laptop and actually staring at a screen healthy for our students? And so what I would just say is that I know there is no right answer. I also know how difficult it is to be where you sit and you're making decisions on how to address situations in the district that you know might be unpopular. And so I guess I would just ask you to consider all of the items mentioned tonight, follow the research and recommendations from the experts rather than emotional pleas, and that we can come up with ideas that better utilize the members of our equity group. And I'm fully aware that a lot of things were discussed earlier in the work session you guys have, and I'm sure that Anna's report is going to address some of these things as well. But I do thank you for your time, and I just want to, kind of reiterate that as an equity committee, we feel like this is a situation in particular where we could have been utilized and we really haven't been. And so going forward, I think that would be a really great thing for us to be involved in and actually asking those questions and talking about it.
And I would kind of jump in there to finish that off. So thank you, Jessica, for relaying the results of that survey there. So yeah, it's really important. One of the things that me and Jessica have talked about that we're really hoping to do this year is being able to bring both teams together, both groups together, and be more of a support to the boards as well as to the school district when we are looking at a variety of different things. We have over 4 years of active feedback and conversations and suggestions that we've been able to provide that has been helpful in these last 4 years, which we are very thankful for. So we are really looking forward to partnering, continuing to partner in this upcoming year as we are dealing with some pretty difficult decisions for our district. So thank you. Thank you all.
And I would just say, I'm going to have to hop off of this meeting because I have some other, conflicting scheduling situations, but I promise I will come back and watch it because I do want to see Anna's whole report. But if there are any questions you have for me or Kay, or really any member of any of these groups, please send those in an email because we do want to be helpful and know that these are really tough decisions you guys are facing. And anyway, so that's what I want to say at the end.
So just because you're jumping off, Jessica, I just wanted to say thank you for coming and Kay for participating.
Yeah, and before you all jump off, Jessica, so I won't miss out on something that you did weigh on the slide is the update around SROs. We typically don't meet in the summer, but we did meet 3 times this summer, just given the state that we're in. And one of the areas that they did inform and would like to see happen, and Zach is going to join both groups tomorrow, is they would like for us to resurvey all staff and students, and this time to include parents in regards to SROs. So I just wanted to share that. And then we also, in our last Intro to Courageous Conversations training, we did include all of our current SROs. They did take a part in that. But that was just something that was on there that did not get mentioned. And I didn't know if you had questions for them before they jumped off around that.
Board members, do you have questions for Kay or Jessica around the SRO update?
This is Erica. I don't have any questions on that, but I have a comment. So I'm new to the health equity. I'm new to the Equity Advisory Council, but as a former member of the Parents of Color Council, I like to just thank Kay Emerson. For her leadership. She's incredibly engaged, and I've just enjoyed working with her, and we're very lucky to have you on in this capacity. So that was my comment.
Thank you, Erica. Likewise.
And this is Carol. Yes, and I'm really looking forward to working with you, and I've enjoyed getting to know more about the People of Color Committee. And I'm also a member of the People of Color Committee, and so is Paula. I think that's right. Thank you.
Kelly, this is Shannon. I just wanted to acknowledge Jessica's comment about figuring out a better way for us to use these committees. And, that's something that we've talked about for a long time in a variety of circumstances, not just with these committees, but with all of our board committees. And I think that it's not something that we've really spent very much intentional time as a board really trying to figure out. And with everything on our plate right now, I'm not suggesting that we need to do that at our next meeting, but I do think it's something to keep on the agenda for later this year to really have a more fulsome board discussion about our board committees, the charges that they currently have, whether we need to revise those, enhance them, because as a board, as a group, we need to provide direction to those committees in partnership with our administrative staff to make sure that we are asking for what we want as a board from those committees. That we're not. I completely agree with Jessica. The people who volunteer for these committees want to feel like their time is well spent and that they've made an impact. And I think there's some work that we have to do on our side to really help support and encourage that. So thank you for making that comment, Jessica. I agree with you.
Jessica and Kay, and I may have missed this in the emails, but do resend the results, the survey results, to the board?
Yes, Paula, I'm happy to send those to you. It was just a Survey Monkey that Dawn sent out this week, and I'm happy for you guys to see those. And I guess I would just finally say, I really have so much respect for all of you. I know how tough this job is, and I just want us to be able to work together in a way that is collaborative and important, and we're doing that work together. And I know how busy you guys are, so if you can utilize groups like the EAC and POCAT in a way that is helpful to you, I would really like to see that happen.
I definitely think there are ways for us to formalize that too. We do have we do have liaisons on both committees from the board now, multiple liaisons, and I mean we always have, but there is a way I think for us to work collaboratively, and there's existing relationships between Jessica and board members and Kay and board members, so I can see a way that this is an opportunity to really build on the expertise of both the chairs of both committees and the members of our board. So certainly we will be much more intentional in the work that we're asking you all to do and thoughtful about the feedback that we've gotten. And we will, as board president, I'll make sure that I'm wrapping in the board member representation, the liaisons from the board to those committees, and also being CCing or including Kay and Jessica on that communication. So that's definitely a commitment we can make and get better at.
Yeah, I think that's great. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Kelly.
If there are no more questions, I am going to hand it off to Leah. But before I do want to acknowledge what the survey results that Jessica shared from both groups. They do create a lot of opportunities and unique challenges that we are currently trying to solve. But where a barrier that we run into is
who provides those services and where they occur, just given where we are in our current state. So I don't want to just let what Jessica shared. We recognize there are some challenges and there are some inequities, and we are working to solve it, but we are definitely open to any recommendations and partnerships, and that is something that we will engage both parents of color and Equity Advisory Council around as we continue to meet this semester.
Good evening. Leah Wisdom, Director of Equity Instruction and Student Services. Excited to be here with you all. So I'm gonna begin our conversation tonight, of course, here with our strategic plan and our 5 strategic initiatives. I really want to frame the entire presentation with with our beliefs and philosophies that underpin our decisions and our actions, because we're going to give you a lot of updates tonight on programs and practices and things that we're doing. But it's really important to frame that for both you all as the board and for our community around what those beliefs and philosophies are that are driving our work. So as you all know, when we talk about our strategic plan and our 5 main strategic initiatives, we frequently say that equity is in all of them. It threads them together, and it's in every piece of our strategic plan and our 5 initiatives. But what does that really mean? So one of those things is that as a school system, Lawrence Public Schools is committed to equity-oriented leadership. And this idea of developing and sustaining critical consciousness for all of our staff members, and really placing equity at the center of our work. And then also transformative change. And I wanted to put this on here so that we're thinking about this idea of change towards equity being persistent and systemic, change that is disruptive but also dismantles historical legacies around all these pieces that we know are impacting specifically our marginalized people and groups of people. So how do we define educational equity, and what is it that we're actually working towards? And as I mentioned, in this equity update, we're going to share a variety of actions that we're taking and ways in which we're centering voices from our stakeholders in decision making to work towards these 4 tenets: this idea of access, representation, meaningful participation, and high outcomes. And we know as a district that it's critical that we recognize and that we're reflective of how what we're doing is contributing to this overarching goal, so that tonight, as you're listening to each piece, we're thinking about this definition of educational equity and our overarching goal. So to frame this conversation again and our work around equity, we want to think about the gap, and we talk about that a lot. We talk about the gap that exists. And oftentimes when we talk about that, we're talking specifically, or we use the term achievement gap, which highlights the academic achievement disparities between our white students and our students of color. But, and in thinking about addressing this gap, which is the heart of a lot of our work, we feel it's critical to understand that it exists as a result of access and opportunity. And part of our responsibility is to be aware of and actively address the barriers. And the graphic you're looking at is just a metaphorical graphic showing, barriers. But those barriers that exist in our system that prevent access and sometimes even create larger opportunity gaps for our students, which ultimately then lead to achievement gaps. So to illustrate this, we're going to look at some other graphics that you maybe have seen floating around on social media. This is one that I have at least seen frequently, and maybe you have as well. And when we look at this graphic, I'm showing it for a specific intention. Really, the intent of this illustration is to increase understanding and empathy for addressing social inequities. But the picture itself implicitly reinforces the idea of minoritized people or those otherwise underprivileged, sort of showing inferior ability. So the problem with this graphic, and using this to help demonstrate, again, we're going to get there through this process of our beliefs and philosophies, The problem with this graphic has to do with where the initial inequity is located. So if you're looking at that in the graphic, some people need more support to see over that fence because they're shorter, which is an issue that's inherent to a person themselves, which is fine if we're talking about something like height in this case. But if this graphic is supposed to be a metaphor for inequities, it really is problematic and missing the point. It infers that some students or people are inherently less academically capable, that they or their families or their communities are metaphorically shorter and need more support. But that is not why the so-called achievement gap exists. As many have argued, and I believe myself for sure, and my colleagues would agree, that we would argue it should actually be termed the opportunity gap, because the problem is not in the abilities of the students, but in the disparate opportunities that they are afforded within our system. It is rooted in a history of oppression. This metaphor is actually a better example of deficit thinking, an ideology that blames victims of oppression for their own situation. As with this image, deficit thinking makes systemic forms of racism and oppression invisible. So over time, you might have seen that people have added on to this graphic to do things like take the fence away, as with this one, or to show, like in the third picture here, what the reality is, and then again, what it would look like to take the fence away altogether. The one we're gonna look at here is if we begin this metaphor of the fence, we begin with the metaphor of the fence, it requires making clear that the reason that some people have more difficulty seeing than others is not because of their height, as with the former graphic, but because of the context around them. So this picture demonstrates inequality, unequal access to opportunities. In this image, some people are standing on lower ground, which could be seen as a metaphor for historical oppression, and they're trying to see over a higher fence, which could be seen as a metaphor for present day systems of oppression. So when we think about what equality is, it's evenly distributing the tools and assistance. In this case, if you can look and notice the hole that is made in the fence, it's made by the person on the right, and that sort of symbolizes the often creative and sometimes subversive ways that people will find ways for the system to work for them to get what they need. So equity, as most of us know, would be customizing the tools. So you see here the customization of the tools to identify and address the inequity. But ultimately, this graphic here is showing us justice. And this is the concept of fixing, or at least attempting to fix the system, to offer equal access to both tools and opportunities. This represents the idea of empowering everyone to dismantle the system. And how do we get there? We look at those four pieces: access, representation, meaningful participation, and high outcomes. And I think the meaningful participation part really speaks to me, particularly as we reflect on what we just heard from our EAC and Parents of Color committee chairs, and their the invitation to invite their voices into the space in a way that is meaningful and impacting our systems is super critical to our beliefs and philosophies. And also, as Dr. Lewis often reminds us, we want to be not just observers of the game, but another possible interpretation of the graphic is that this is just showing our students and people as onlookers, and yes, they're dismantling the system, but maybe to also dismantle the system, we need to look at being in the stands and being part of the game. We need to provide access, representation, all those pieces that I just mentioned. So as we listen to each of the following updates, because you're going to hear a lot of different actions and things that are happening, want to be thinking about what role each of those things are playing into our overarching goal of narrowing the opportunity gap and removing barriers. So back to our strategic plan and our 5 initiatives that are driving our work, and what we are saying around equity being at the center. For us, that is about being intentional and being purposeful. So it's not good enough to say, it's in there. Equity's in there. It's embedded. We want to be clear about in what ways it's embedded and how equity is in every layer and element of the action steps that you will find underneath each of our strategic initiatives. And that we are focused on equity-focused leadership. We want an asset-based approach versus deficit mind that I spoke to earlier. Having clear expectations and outcomes, so not relying on assumptions about what students and parents and families and community members are supposed to come to us with, but instead evening that playing field, being transparent, being data-driven, centering our most marginalized voices, and encouraging, promoting, and sustaining social and self-awareness of our staff, our students, as they're in our system and moving through our system. I'm gonna.
So one way that we have, we plan to get to what Leah is describing and to continue to dismantle the institutionalized inequities that we have within our system is to conduct an ECAP. And ECAP is for equity, context, and analysis and strategic planning. We have been trying to get this off the ground since last spring, possibly a little bit before last spring, with our partners at the Midwest and Equity Plain Center. We continue to be in communication with them. They're in the midst of shifting, given they cannot travel at this point and we're not gathering. So they're making some adjustments, and our hope is to do a virtual training, which will include members of our Parents of Color and our Equity Advisory Council, and also district employees. Our hope is to do that training after the first of the year. We've talked about doing the survey in November, December, but still working with them, and then also trying to be mindful so we're not over inundating our parents and others with surveys. So we're still navigating through that, because the information that we can gain from that outside perspective and that analysis of what equity looks like in our district will just help us to continue to move forward with intentionality, with equity being at the center of all of our decision making.
I think one of the things that's really exciting about the ECAP is that through our MOU, our Memo of Understanding with Midwest Equity and Plains, they obviously would help us with the pre-planning and the training of our teams, but then in the collection of the data, they don't do as much of an analysis in the way of giving us exactly what we should do. Instead, they give the data back to us in a way that then allows another team of individuals that will include parents and students and others to look at the data in a meaningful way and make decisions of our own. So it's kind of exciting. Just briefly wanted to talk about some training or some documentation or guidance that was created by, it's actually a document that has been around for a little while, but has recently been revised by many of us sitting on the CNI team and our affiliate practitioners. And that document is on the right. Board members, you can actually click it and see the document in its entirety. But that document was just used as a guide, or at least a reference or a tool, as some training took place this fall in the days that we had that were gifted to us by you all and delaying the start of school. All of our staff went through a training called Effective Conversations, which was just pulling out elements of this idea or from that document around utilizing the compass to prepare for conversations, and ways to potentially teach students protocols to have effective conversations, particularly those around race or those that might be more challenging. Also offering and providing teachers with some supports and tools, and also reminding them of the supports and tools that exist for them that maybe they haven't been accessing. Also provided teachers and staff with some suggestions and prompts to help facilitate deeper discussion with students. but mostly they didn't have a ton of time, our facilitators, in doing this session. So it's going to be carried over into our work with our e-teams, but they were able to hit at just the most critical elements that were in the CCAR tools, mostly the compass. So that leads us into our building equity teams, which right now, we've typically brought our building equity teams together 2 to 3 times a year to support their work in the building. And so that we're looking this year about how that's going to happen and when that's going to happen. We are challenged in every area of professional development, just in the way of having substitute teachers available, and when we might be able to offer this. But we are going to be doing this. It continues to be planned collaboratively through our curriculum and instruction team, as well as our affiliates and affiliate practitioners. Our equity facilitator, Danica Moore, typically is the facilitator of our building equity team trainings. So we will continue to plan collaboratively with that larger group, trying to build on and think about the way that our year started, with this effective conversations, and what kinds of tools do our building equity teams need to continue that work. So that's a really part of strengthening our e-team capacity. Our e-teams don't look the same building to building. And not that we expect every building to look exactly the same, but we really want and attempt to utilize that time together with our building equity teams to strengthen their capacity in their own ability to use protocol for effective conversations, in their ability to model and have effective conversations with other staff, in their ability to collect data and use that to help inform the types of professional learning that are needed at their specific building. And also strengthening their capacity and being proactive and providing proactive support for staff through professional learning, versus that reactive place that sometimes we're at when something pops up.
Leah, before you move on, I do want to say that as we've had these teams in place for several years, but one of the realities and one of the things that often comes up, and I don't want to speak on behalf of our affiliates, in a future report, we'll have them come forth and talk about their different experiences. But I don't want to pretend like everybody embraces this work and everybody is supportive of this work. And there are barriers, and it's a reality that particularly our affiliates who are women of color have experienced microaggressions, have experienced resistance, and that is something that I think any organization struggles with, but I just want to be transparent about that and not try to pretend that there are not struggles and there are not challenges that they face. But one of the things that we are hoping that that's engaging in those courageous conversations, we're hoping that we can continue to progress towards that. But there are some challenges in resistance. That's just the reality of where we are.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Anna. It's absolutely true. So in terms of just additional professional learning, Anna, Dr. Stubblefield alluded to the Intro to Courageous Conversations About Race. This is something that Pacific Educational Group, who we're partnered with, is offering this year newly, as a result of somewhat of the situation that we're in, but it also has proven to be something that we really have valued. It's a 2.5-hour virtual training led by facilitators from Pacific Educational Group. This year, we've been able to offer several. We did offer this on the final day of our new teacher induction. So all of our new staff received the 2.5-hour introduction to Courageous Conversations About Race. Also, we invited staff who had not been trained, both classified and certified, to attend at that date. During the first couple weeks prior to school beginning, we were able to offer this to additional classified and certified staff. And then, as Dr. Stubblefield mentioned, SROs were able to attend the September 3rd option as well. I talked through the conversations about race, effective conversations that happened at the beginning of the year. We will continue with culturally relevant teaching, which is the Transforming Educators session. Again, that is one that we're looking at being very creative in how we offer it. It is typically 2 days that teachers are out of the classroom, two consecutive days receiving this training, and that's likely just not possible this year. So we're looking at some alternative ways to offer this in a shorter format and maybe over the course of more days than just 2, and potentially for pay instead of during the school day when it might be more challenging to have substitute teachers. So we'll have more on that as we get a better sense of where we're at. And I'm going to let Anna talk about SOAR.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, this is Shannon. Can I ask a quick question? A number of years ago, I did the Beyond Diversity training as a board member. Is it possible for board members to participate in one of these sessions? I don't know if there's a cost to add people, like if you had us attend, if it would cost the district extra, but I would really like to go through that and would encourage the board members who haven't done the Beyond Diversity training to maybe consider that if it's a big for us.
Yeah. So Shannon, yes, it's possible. I will work with Dawn to see when our next one is scheduled. They're virtual. They're 2.5 hours. The Intro to Courageous Conversations. I actually went through it with the new teachers. It is, even if you've been through Beyond Diversity multiple times, it was a good refresher, or a good way to experience it. So for the upcoming ones, we can have up to anywhere from 80 to 100. Is not a per person cost, is just a group. So we can make sure to let board members know when it's coming. We do also, when we have space or allocate specific space for our parents of color and our equity advisory members. So some of them have gone through it this year as well. So SOAR is Students Organized Against Racism. In the past, it's been a challenge to actually bring this to our District 1 because of the number of subs that will be required, and 2, pulling the students out of class for several days. But in the new virtual format, we're going to be able to do it this year. I believe we're finalizing our dates. The teacher and the staff who will support the students, I think their first training is in October. And then we'll have about 40 students from each high school, specifically for high school students, to participate in the training. And it's chunks of time over multiple dates. So we'll provide more updates around that. One of the things that have come out of all of the virtual trainings, and we're being able to offer opportunities for our students that we just found very challenging to do in the past.
Before we move on to the next slide, I just want to add to this piece as we think about professional learning, and we really were and continue to be really impressed with the introduction to courageous conversations about race, and being able to provide that to new staff. They also received a 2-hour or 90-minute microaggressions training from Danica Moore, our equity facilitator. So our new staff were armed with a lot of good professional learning, and we worked to empower them and encourage them to be voices as they go out into the building. But when we look at each of these professional learning opportunities, back to what Dr. Stubblefield was saying, in the absence of a strong building E-team, it's really hard for the professional learning to keep carrying over into the work. And so that's why we know how important it is to be invested in developing our equity teams, as well as our equity leaders in the building in terms of administrators. And so that's a huge piece of our plan. It continues to be a huge piece of our plan. But we know that each of these professional learning opportunities in isolation will have little to no impact without that ongoing embedded opportunity and expectation and accountability. And so that's what we're working on in those layers that we talked about before. Now it will be Annette Cannoli providing a social studies update for you.
Am I on? Good evening. My name is Annette Canoli, and I am a curriculum specialist and the social studies contact person. So this summer, my work with the social studies task force included several things, but I first want to say that at the beginning of our meetings with the social studies teachers, we all recognized, or the teachers really recognized, that there was a great need that when students returned back to the classroom, that with all that was going on in the world and in our immediate community, there was no way that we could start school and just jump into social studies topics, even though what's going on in the world is social studies content, but we couldn't. There was no way we could pretend like what was going on in the world, what was occurring, and so we all made a commitment to, and this speaks to the third bullet, that we created an essential question that would allow for a space for us to allow for a space for students to have conversation, to unpack, to share what was coming up for them since we quarantined and throughout the summer, and with COVID-19 and the social justice movement and all the events and the protest movements, that we developed an essential question that says, in a changing world, how do citizens adapt? And so we decided that all the social studies teachers were going to fit that essential question into their lessons at different points at the beginning of the year, to create a space for students to have conversation, to share and problem solve and so forth. It was both narrow enough and broad enough to include what's currently going on in the world, and add in other topics. So I just wanted to preface with that there was a commitment on the part of the social studies teachers to do that. We recognize that. The other work that we were tasked with this summer, well, let me backtrack a little bit. As Leah mentioned, during our professional development days that we were gifted with, one of the sessions that the equity affiliates participated in and facilitated with all staff members in the district was a session around utilizing the tools that we already have. Our district has invested heavily for several years in tools, and we sometimes hear teachers ask, or they ask questions, what should I'm uncomfortable, or I'm not sure how to have this conversation, or what's the lesson plan. And so we decided to focus on helping teachers and staff members, because it wasn't just teachers, but all staff members, go deeper, have deeper level conversations, utilizing the tools that we already have. And I'm happy to report that even though we don't normally hold equity sessions in such large numbers, it was a challenge, but I feel confident in saying that many of our district staff members found the time in the session worthy of their time and impactful to them as they deal with their personal things that they've been grappling with, as well as they grapple with, how do I come before my students when school starts and do school with so much going on in the world. So the equity affiliates, we plan to offer additional sessions throughout the school year. We have some ideas that we're going to put forth into, I think it was Shannon, to your question about participating in the intro to Courageous Conversation. We invite all school board members to participate in our equity sessions. We have them, we try to do, well, I'll say even this summer, we offered some sessions, some reoccurring sessions, equity in the time of quarantine, that was freely offered to staff members, and those were very successful as well. So I would imagine Leah or Anna can keep the board notified of when we plan to host our equity sessions. Let's see, what's my next bullet? In our session, we focus heavily on utilizing the compass and the 4 agreements to go deeper, to have deeper level conversations. And we know that from the social studies perspective, and just from the equity perspective, we know that there's continues to be a need to support staff and to push staff to continue to utilize the tools that they have already been provided. And so in our upcoming social studies curriculum work that we will hopefully be engaging in, that's going to be a pivotal part of that work, as well as my last bullet point, which is the utilization of our culturally sustaining resource criteria. In our district, different buildings are in different places in terms of their proficiency and usability, not usability, but do they use the tool or not? They're in different buildings or in different places. So we know that different buildings need different levels of support. But in our upcoming social studies work, that resource as well as our equity tools will play heavily in that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Annette. Sorry, I started coughing right before I unmuted myself. And I also want to apologize to the board and to anybody who might be watching. I was asked to make sure that I defined what an equity affiliate is. And so in case you don't know or you don't recall, because I think we talked about it in previous reports, but we do have a very small but mighty group of equity affiliates and or equity affiliate practitioners. There's 6 of us, and to have that certification, each individual goes through a 6 to 8 week training that ends in an in-person training day to dig deeper with others in your cohort that you went through the training with, and those are individuals from across the country. That certification and training is provided by Pacific Education Group, and so we have invested in that small group of us to go through that deeper training, receive ongoing support and coaching from Pacific Education Group, and then we meet as a team to discuss what's coming up for us and what are some ways in which we can continue to support the work and what's our direction. And we're kind of right there right now in all those places. But if anyone was unsure, that is what an equity affiliate is and the training that they have received and how they're continuing to build their skill set and support the district. I'm going to let Jennifer Atokney take this slide. This is NAS, Native American Student Services, and I believe she's on.
Hello. Make sure I'm here. Can you hear me? Okay, awesome. So, it was interesting because when I was first asked to talk about NAS in the board meeting, I thought it was my normal, like once a year, I'm required to give the board an update about Native American Student Services. So I hadn't framed it in terms of the equity picture overall. When I originally was tasked, I didn't understand that connection until I had met with Leah later after that. So, but looking at what she had talked about, those 4 aspects of access, representation, meaningful participation, and high outcomes, those 4 aspects figure heavily in a lot of our decision making and programmings and things like that. So that it does fit with the equity thing, but for me it was like a mental leap to connect that with that, because I often think of what we do as in our office as kind of running separate from the district. Like we have our own thing because we only focus on certain students. So I tend not to think about all the students, and that's not in any way I don't care about all the students or anything like that. It's just that my focus is on our NAS students when we're doing the work, because that our grants have to be spent on our students and it has to be done that way. But I love that what we're doing is already connecting with what everyone is doing. So that's great. So as far as meaningful participation piece, that was hard for me to think about in coronavirus time, right? Like, how do we connect students? How do we make sure they're participating meaningfully? How are they connecting with their academic life or whatever? And what brings back to me is the research shows the most successful students, Native American students, are those who are connected to their culture. And so because of that, we're still going to support as much as we can through our cultural ways our students. And part of that is just being there for them and making sure they have the things they need to succeed in school, like physical things like clarinet reads and things like that, but also being a liaison for the students to the school district. Last week, most of my work was parents in crisis mode that had very little to do with school, like finding resources. They needed rent money. They needed, how am I going to get transportation? It was a lot of just life stuff. And so that reminded me that although a lot of our preparation for school and this school year has been based on the logistics of getting Wi-Fi and getting access and getting things like that, there's still this cloud of things that a lot of our families are having to deal with. And add that to the amount of deaths and loss that we're all, my community, I say we, are experiencing, that we can't officially mourn, but yet we're asking students to sit in front of a television, a screen all day. And so balancing all those things and still supporting my students has been my biggest challenge this week. So I've received help from other staff members and helping to do that. So, okay, going to like looking at the future, our goals are immediate goals. We do have a land acknowledgement draft. It's on the NAS page of the district website. The draft is, and we're modeling it after K-State, even though I went to KU anyway. K-State's land acknowledgement is really well done, and they have hyperlinks so that you could drill down and get more information about the tribes and the areas mentioned. So we're modeling it after that, and so that it can be used as just a statement people can say at the beginning of events, or it can even be used as a learning document. Like a classroom or a teacher or someone could look at it and like click on the hyperlinks and find more information about the tribes and regions and things like that mentioned. So I really wanted to make an active, interactive acknowledgement. To me, acknowledgement is reciprocal. So there's like a little bit of give and take in there about the land that we're on. And I know land acknowledgements are really popular right now, but I want to make sure that it's done as properly as possible, especially with our intertribal community here in Lawrence. Most land acknowledgements really are only acknowledging the actual tribal community, not necessarily an intertribal community. So there's a little bit a difference in there with that. Our cultural academic enrichment pieces, we will be I've been working with a few Native American authors to get permission to read some of their books online. They've given different librarians and teachers permission, and I've gotten some extra lessons from some Native American authors to do. So we're going to plan some cultural activities for Native families, either through our website or through WebEx or Facebook, depending on what streaming works best. So that keeps up a kind of a cultural thing. And there's some other ideas I've heard from families. I'm not sure how feasible they are yet about doing some kind of like NAS YouTube, like a Native YouTube where they share videos with each other. It's not necessarily for the public because it's not a performance for non-Indians about us being Indian, but about expressions from us to us, kind of an internal network where we can share videos and little mini talks to each other. So we're looking at that as a way for them to connect virtually. And I'm working with teachers and curriculum groups as they ask me, information about different books and different sources and stuff like that, trying to make sure they have all the information that they need for that to make sure that their decisions are equitable, especially using the culturally relevant, the what is it, CRSC document, and helping them process things through that. That's any questions?
Any questions, board members?
I have a couple. Jennifer, as a member.
I'm still here. I'm just listening. I'm writing down.
Okay. As a former chair of this important group, I know that there has been some issues with the programming itself, and I know that the Native American Student Services Parent Committee is supposed to be involved in developing educational plans that do come to the board for approval. Can you tell me how you're connected with what your relationship has looked like with the board other than the annual updates that you provide, and what your relationship looks like with Dr. Lewis? And then you don't have to specifically say with Dr. Lewis, but I mean previous superintendents, and then what could we do to better support Native American Student Services? And it looks like you're doing a lot of work by yourself. So how could we support you? And I have a lot of other questions that may be in the weeds kind of questions that maybe we can have off of this later time.
So you're asking me, I'm trying to make sure I understand the question. So you're asking me about how the parent committee is included in our educational plan.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And then my relationship with the parent committee and the superintendent.
Well, not the superintendent, but the district.
I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm a part of the district, and I'm like Leah and Dr. Stubblefield were saying that I'm on the affiliate team. So my input is infused and embedded in the equity decisions and equity work the district does. Because of that, I don't know what you mean. I guess I don't understand. Like, relationship sounds, I don't know. It works. I mean, we're working. I don't understand. But then our education plan, yeah, the decisions are made based on the suggestions I hear from the parents in the parent committee. The programming decisions are made based on those things.
Could you let us know what supports you need from us?
Right now, I'm working with HR to make sure we get our secretary hired. And once I have that, that'll help a lot. And so we're just, because of the changes, and we kind of put on hold, and then I was working from home. Anyway, it's just been really hard to organize the logistics for me to person hired. So we're working on that this week. So that'll help a great deal. But
Thank you.
I guess right now, I can't think of anything materially that we need that I would have time to do. I mean, there's a million things I would need, but I only really have time to do things I'm doing. Like, give me a whole cadre of social workers and paras and, and stuff like that. We can do the work with that. But
I think last year too, just to remind us, last year when Kelly did, and former President Jessica Beeson attended one of our meetings, that they had also offered a couple of social workers, or at least a social worker, to help you. Is that something that would still be a possibility?
I don't think that was offered. I think we had talked about the cost. It wasn't like, here you go, we're offering this. Our budget can't support that kind of staff right now. Our budget barely supports what we're doing.
But you have a number. Well, aside from that, the parents in crisis mode.
Yeah.
How are you working? Are you working with the district at all? I didn't hear that you were.
So mostly those are helping the parents find community resources. Like, I need to find a food pantry, so here's your food pantry. I need to find, it's people finding those community resources. So a lot of those weren't district resources they needed, but if they were, I funneled in that direction. Like, if they needed help with an IEP or a 506 question or something like that, I would funnel it that way. But this past week, it was a lot of food pantry, rent, my car breaking down. It was those kinds of things. So that was the
how many parents, or would you say that you are getting? Are you answering quite a few? I'm just trying to see where I could be helpful and finding resources for you that wouldn't be at a cost to the district. Does that make sense? Since you have your two funding federal grants available to you.
It varies. This last week I probably had 20, 25 interactions, which is a lot for 1 week for me on the phone, not just being in person. If we were in person pre-pandemic time, it would be a lot more. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that because I don't know. I'm so used to just figuring things out with the resources we have. Leah, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I could maybe just add, and Jennifer, you can let me know if this is your interpretation as well. But Jennifer and I, we meet weekly. Granted, during the pandemic, things have been different, but we have talked about some partnership between, in terms of like dollars and potentially additional human resources. Thinking about our ELL students and our funding on that side, there's a need for social work there, and so Jennifer and I started to toy around with some ideas, some creative ways to think about how we can utilize our funding. But I think that last bullet under the NAS services and goals, that work with the district is really important. There's a lot of things that are happening that are very specific, and I do appreciate and understand that, and I'm so thankful for the expertise and knowledge and the benefit of having NAS. We also want to think about how we work together for that ongoing partnership, because it's not a whole load of money. It's not a lot of money, even though there's two funds. But to make the best use. So I think, like, for example, this year, Jennifer, I know all of our Native American families, instead of receiving their supplies from you, they were receiving them through a district process, which was actually different for our families, which made it, in some cases, challenging. But I definitely want to highlight that continued partnership and the work that we're doing together to think about how we can make sure that the services that are needed can be provided in creative ways.
Anytime there's a question or a resource, if I don't know, then I connect with someone in the district and they'll direct me. I mean, I'm part of the district. It's just I focus on a specific group of students. That's all.
So observationally, just looking at it from like as a person with social service background or it does feel like you are I feel like it like you when I think about like all the work that you do individually with families and then administratively where you all are at, I do think you would benefit from. I'm hearing you say that one support you could utilize is having a social service that has knowledge and expertise of your community and is of your community. Is that right?
Yeah.
And I think
Right.
I mean there's
And
probably
Julie,
yeah, go ahead. Carol.
oh, I'm sorry, but even before COVID, physical space was an issue, and we did lose we lost our practicum students, our partnership with KU. And I would just like to point, I commend the district.
No, that was different.
Yeah, we definitely have the partnership with KU. Yeah, the practicum partnership is solid and ready to go whenever you guys need it.
So okay, good. That was my concern because I know we lost the physical space.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Yeah. Sorry, Carol. Go ahead.
Oh yes, and I would like to commend that the NAS office and the partnership between the United Way because we did have to shift on how we distributed school supplies. And that was, it was complicated, but we'll get through it. And it's like everybody says, we're all in this together, and we all need to work together during this time.
So I think what might be helpful is for Jennifer and Leah do continue to meet on a regular basis, but those things that board members may be hearing up or observing, if you can either send those to Leah or myself. So as we're sitting down with Jennifer and we're talking about structure and supports, to Paula's point, not Paula, I'm sorry, to Carol's point, NAS did physically move to the College and Career Center. That was done with some intentionality to think about like access and partnering with the Resources to Boys and Girls Club and some of their after school programming and some of those things. And it didn't necessarily work out that way. And we are in conversations around where's the best place because as you know, everyone and everything has moved out of Centennial except for one that'll be shifting for there. But we are having those conversations internally as a district. And so I just think what's coming up and what is needed if we, and how do we leverage the resources and programs that we have in place? Because one of the things we did do this year, but it had a few hiccups, and Jennifer was definitely flexible and worked with us on distributing school supplies. But I think now that we have a system and we can communicate with our building principals, we'll know how to better to make sure that those hiccups and those things that we learned, but that was a portion of the NAS budget that can be for something else now that we have a system in place. So that's just one example of us partnering, recognizing, and leveraging resources that we have within the district. But I do think we can have a larger conversation around like the social work or the social services connections. What is that like? How do we leverage someone with who is Native, who will connect with the community and be able to make progress in those areas. Because I think everybody is wanting to help however we can help.
And
help
part of it, sorry, Anna.
Yeah, so I just wanted to offer that.
Yeah, part of it, Lawrence no longer has an Indian center. And so a lot of the ways we've become the de facto Indian center, because there's no other place to even ask a question. Even if, and now especially that Haskell is kind of shut to the public as well, they would get random questions just from the community saying, where do I find a whatever? And so I'm getting the parents' questions. So I'm sure there's community members out there that aren't parents that are also wanting questions answered. So yeah, there's no Indian Center right now. So that also adds to the number of those kinds of, like what I was saying, my work last week, that added to that kind of work.
Right, and the budget has always been an issue because the NAS funding has been capped since 1995, and it was capped, and at that time we served a little over 200 students. So we've been having to get creative, and as you can see on this graphic, we have 500 students.
Yeah, the cap is on the Johnson O'Malley budget, not the title budget. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, can I say, I do want to, oh, I'm sorry.
Just quickly, Kelly, and I do understand that the budget's been capped at a certain number of students, but there was a young woman who was sitting on the parent advisory counsel for NAS had looked at the budget, and she said over the last decade, 10 years, NAS has brought in over $1 million to the district. And we had talked about our return on investment. We've looked at some data that was provided. I think when Zach Conrad first started, he provided us some data, not for just this 360 or 500 students, but what it looked like for who checked the box for American Indian. In pre-COVID and pandemic, there had been some standing issues with Native American Student Services and lack of support from the district. So that's what I'm trying to get at. And I think Jennifer, or not just Jennifer, but the Native American Student Services needs the support from the district. We are signing off on agreements with the Bureau of Indian Education and the federal grants. I think that we owe it to Native American Student Services to elevate this program.
So just real briefly, when you said check the box, that does, when we're looking at the, thinking about those access, representation, meaningful participation, and high outcomes, under the high outcomes piece of that equity banner, we usually rely on data for that information, right? Data that we cull from Power schools, et cetera, things like that. So when Paula said check the box, so there's, and I've mentioned this several times, but anyone can check any box on the enrollment form, right? When you enroll in school. So we have, I think it's 800 students who've checked the box who say they're American Indian, Alaska Native American, right? 800 to 900 students. However, 500 students-ish, it's like 493 or something like that. 500 students are verified and have enrolled or signed up with Native American Student Services with a specific form provided by Title VI, Department of Education. And so to verify and sign up with NAS, one has to show tribal identification or their parents' tribal identification in the child's birth certificate, right? So if the kid hasn't been enrolled yet, right? So that's a definite disparity in like this group, the 800 group, has a certain piece of data, and the 500 person group that NAS serves is another piece of data. So sometimes it looks different. Like it's not an exact easy thing to discuss sometimes unless we get into the weeds of that, right? So I just do want to point that out because we can only serve the 500 people who've enrolled and engaged with Native American Student Services with their documentation, unfortunately. So there's another group of students who've checked that box and they may be treated that way mentally by an administrator or teacher, like, oh, they're NAS, they're going to get taken care of this way, when really I can only serve the 500. If that makes any sense. So I just want to make sure that that's really clear. There's always been a difference in those two. Is that what you're talking about, Paula? Like the difference between those two numbers?
Actually, Jennifer, I was trying to say that, yes, you can serve the 500 students, but you can actually serve those students that are Native, that identify as Native American Student Services. So I get that, that you have to serve this specific group of students, but when you look at it from those students that check the box, you can also still provide services to those folks. And I see so much potential for Native American Student Services to expand their reach other than just specifically serving these families. If you have the right resources, if you have the right folks in the program, and really truly use the services that the district offers to you.
Okay.
And I think I wonder too if we're just not offering the right services or if we're not offering the right support. So one of the things that we've talked about and that Leah has pointed out is how are we moving to a space where we are providing resources where there's need and demonstrating that we could justify that there's reason to provide more resources in a particular area than we would in another comparative, because we are as a district underserving and marginalizing and continuing to participate in not elevating not just services, but our students. So I think looking at like how can we provide you, I think is some staffing. And in a budget crisis, that's a really difficult thing to discuss. But I just think there's justification. So I'm not talking about a practicum student who's an intern.
No, I
who
hear you.
have marginally. I'm talking about somebody that's a permanent, and not just someone, but looking at like what are the natural, what are the resources that we have in the district, and how do we, like Dr. Stubblefield was talking about, making sure they're getting streamlined to you so that you don't feel like when you get 25 calls that you have to address, you can't not stop what you're doing and work with those families. How do the other things that you have, your outcomes and goals that you're working on, how do they get accomplished? And you just can't, as a single person, do all those things. I think you deserve, and the families and the students deserve.
Yeah. So the NAS, Native American Student Services, is solely funded from our federal grants. There are other and this NAS is also often called Indian education. There are also other Indian education departments in public districts around the country that have a 1-to-1 match of funds from their district, or they have a 3/4 to 75% match of their funds. What they get from the federal government, the district matches 75%. So it's not unusual to get funding from the district for the departments. Is that Lawrence has traditionally never funded or matched any of the federal funds. We've always been saying, okay, this is what you're getting, what you get. That's how you spend your money. And I've even had to use NAS funds to buy work computers and things like that. So sometimes we'll get a computer from the district, but sometimes we have to even buy equipment that district manages and owns with our funding. So it's been very, very limiting. And I guess I'm also, the daughter of a single mom and used to living on crackers and soup for a week. So I just make do with what I got. Like, this is what you got. Okay, let's figure this out, So that's my mentality personally. So when someone says, oh, we could give you more money, it's like, I don't even know how to organize that without a really good plan.
Yeah. So I think a couple of things, just because I think this conversation does.
Yeah, we're starting to kind of
conversation, but I do think that over the last couple of years, every department used to buy their own computers, and we have streamlined those kind of things. But I think it is worth what both Carol and Paula have talked about. We probably just need to reexamine where are we seeing the need, where are we funneling those resources from the grants that receive that NAS receives, and then figure out the gaps. Because I will also say there has been times, and I don't know if Kathy's still on here, that there is some carryover because you have been so diligent and frugal. So I would say before we say we're just gonna, and I'm not saying, I think we just need to go through like a budget evaluation process to see where the gaps are, where the money is going. And I do think that's a larger conversation. So I can work with Dr. Lewis and Leah and Jennifer, and we may just have a work session specifically around that. Or it may be a smaller session with specific board members and not necessarily on the board agenda. But I do think it is a larger conversation. Because I think that Jennifer is right. Over the years, things have been done differently, and leadership is different. And we are like, okay, Jennifer, we want to do this. And I can see where that could be a little overwhelming. And it's like, okay, well, we need to ask some questions around sustainability, but we also need to figure out what the need is. So I do think there's space for a larger conversation to service as many NAS students as, Native American students as we can throughout the district, and figuring out what those needs are, and connecting us to community resources where when families are contacting Jennifer, we have a direct connect to, this is who you call at the shelter, this is who you called at this entry, and here's your connection. But establishing those partnerships so that are not a lot of barriers or loopholes that frustrate parents. If we can establish connections with specific organizations and partnerships to support the families.
So, Dr. Stubblefield, it sounded like you were saying there could be a budget review and that there could be board members who assist with that. And Paula seems like a natural fit given her history. And I don't know if Carol wants to join in as well, but certainly if you want to let us know how we can support in that, I would appreciate.
Yeah, I would be highly interested in joining that, being a part of that.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Make which, Jennifer?
All right. See y'all later.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is Rick.
Hey, good evening again, everyone. Rick Henry, Director of Secondary Schools. Before I begin with the content of this slide, I'd like to thank the board for approving our collaboration agreement with Equal Opportunity Schools during the July 27th board meeting. While I'm doing that, I'd also like to thank the Lawrence Schools Foundation for providing approximately 40% of the funding for this partnership. EOS will help us as we ensure that students of color and low-income students have equitable access to our AP, our advanced placement courses, and that they succeed at high levels. As you can see from the slide, year one of our partnership with EOS will focus on building a foundation. During year two, we will go deeper, building on the momentum we've built in year one. Year three involves taking steps to sustain that success. We'll share more about years 2 and 3 at a later date, but I'd like to share more details about year one with you right now. First of all, year one, build the foundation. We've already been introduced to our partnership director, whose name is Rod Walton, who will support our team throughout the process. In the first year, we'll work with Rod to understand our unique dynamics and how to engage in critical conversations about race and class so that teachers, counselors, and administrators are ready to act in service of equitable outcomes for our students. As you can see on the slide, the first step is studying the data. During this time, we'll collect enrollment data and survey students and staff to better understand the context of access, success, and experiences in AP courses at our high schools. Next, in year one, we'll develop a set of strategies. EOS will work with us to create a set of strategies to engage and advocate for underrepresented student groups. We will build what EOS calls an outreach list of students that could benefit from AP classes using an EOS process that includes learning mindsets, discovering and overcoming barriers, and using staff recommendations to determine how to encourage and engage underrepresented student groups. Then we'll match those students with the courses that will best align with their interests and support them in making strides toward their academic and career goals. Enrolling diverse students in AP classes is the next part of year one. By partnering with EOS, along with a dynamic outreach and advocacy plan, our schools will ultimately enroll more underrepresented students in our AP programs, offering those students the opportunity to shift their educational trajectory towards increased rigor, engagement, and college success. Finally, we'll support schools in monitoring success. EOS will work with us to explore and identify the key support and sustainability strategies that teachers and underrepresented students need. We will complete a support plan documenting the strategies we will implement and how we'll measure the outcomes. So that's just a quick summary of year one with EOS. I really look forward to updating you as we strive to provide greater AP access to our underrepresented student groups. This could prove to be a very critical and key program in moving forward in our work with bringing underrepresented student groups into our most challenging courses.
Thank you, Rick. Sorry.
Sure thing.
And you're up again.
I am. So moving to another topic, reactive plan matrices for elementary, middle, and high schools. Elementary Director Darcy Krause will talk more about the outcomes of the process for revising and aligning our reactive plan matrices. But I'd like to start by talking about those groups who partnered during this process. This was truly a collaborative partnership involving the following groups: building administrators, directors of elementary and secondary, Kansas University CI3T team, Dr. Kathleen Lane and her excellent group of CI3T experts. We also worked with KIPCOR, the Kansas Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, that I believe Dr. Stubblefield will provide more information on soon. And also our building leaders took it through their building leadership teams, and in some cases, their building CI3T teams. A series of work meetings with the above partners throughout the summer culminated in the product that Darcy is going to explain to you now.
Thanks, Rick. Well, our elementary and our secondary levels actually initiated their work with our CI3T partnerships on close, but they were definitely subsequent years. And that added to kind of an organic level of disconnect. So early on in Dr. Lewis's tenure, he approached Rick and I and challenged us with creating a vertical alignment, not only in content, but also in the physical graphic representation that outlined the reactive plan matrices for both the elementary and the secondary level. So we went to work on that, and then rather concurrently, we had reported to the board in regards to some discipline data. And the board challenged us with creating basically a common vernacular between elementary and secondary to ensure that not only our families were able to engage with the process in a more seamless manner, but also that the board would be able to look at data in a more cohesive manner, and that our Power School SIS would enable us to collect that data in a manner that was more conducive for comparison. So that's exactly what we set about doing. We now have a common set of vocabulary and definitions. It has been refined and minimized. Those vocabulary terms are also the ones that we now see in our drop-down menus in our Power School system. Our visual representation is very fluid, and it is also cohesive between the levels. And you will notice at the top of all of our reactive plan matrices, there is definitely a restorative emphasis, and there's a lot of proactive protocols that have been put in place.
Any questions on that? This work was huge. Darcy and Rick, thank you for all your work on this. Having been someone who's tried to support the reactive plan matrices in the development, it really is a document that provides the transparency and consistency around how do we respond to behavior, to challenging behavior, and so that all of our stakeholders have a sense. So thank you. I think this is our last-ish slide that Amy's going to talk through.
Yeah, so Rick mentioned our partnership with KIPCOR. We've partnered with them the last 3 years. So this year, just to remind you that you approved the student support facilitators, and we are very excited about to see what impact they'll have as we implement restorative practices in our middle schools. So all 4 of our middle schools have been trained. We Southwest and West was trained at the beginning of the school year. Because KIPCOR also had to make some shifts, we were able to train the entire staff during 2 of those professional development days at both schools, and that would not have been possible if they hadn't shifted to a virtual platform. So what we were intentional about this year was we implemented, I just want to remind everyone, because I can't remember if we talked about this previously, we implemented at our middle schools because that's where our data showed us that was the greater need. We are in conversations about what it will look like to have our high school staff trained. Now that KIPCOR has an online way to do it, a virtual way to do it, I think that is more attainable. If we can find the time over the course of the next year, but it is also figuring out what does it look like to make it sustainable at the high school. But our student support facilitators will engage in a monthly coaching call with KIPCOR to make sure we're providing them the support that they need to support the middle school staff to implement the restorative practices with fidelity. We also have used right now in the virtual setting, all of our administrators and our student support facilitators have a copy of the book Don't Suspend Me, so we can start to talk about conversations and things that we can put in place for consequences that don't require suspension outside of the statute. You know, there's certain things that you have to suspend for like weapons and drugs and those kind of things. But those other things that a student may have gotten suspended for in the past or received an multiple day ISS for, they are exploring and looking at ways to systematize that to do some restorative work so that the students will not be removed, but also at the same time can restore and repair relationships that may have been damaged or where they may have caused harm. The other book that we're using as a support, as recommended by KIPCOR, is Justice on Both Sides. And this looks at transforming education through restorative practices, but it also recognizes the realities that we faced in systems that have been built on punishment and suspension. So we are excited about our partnership. KIPCOR did do a survey after the training, and overall it was positive and well received. They are disaggregating the data, and I hope we're, as we give an update probably in the late spring around what our data looks like, how often the restorative practices, restorative circles are happening. We'll include the data that they got from staff when they did their training. We also have been more intentional this year about making sure that on our professional development days at a middle school, we've contracted with KIPCOR to have space in there to follow back up with all the staff that was trained. All of the staff was given, it's not really homework, but things that they needed to do between now and in November. And then KIPCOR will engage in some professional development based off of what they were tasked to do. I think most of them were tasked to do a certain type of circle, to do different things that they learn in the training, and then they'll follow up with them in November and March. So we last year we started and we trained 2 schools, but we also realized where we had gaps and have worked with KIPCOR to address that so that we can implement with fidelity and sustainability.
Can I ask a question about, I'm going to ask a question about restorative practices. So that's one method around in terms of like making sure that it's one approach to reducing the in-school and out-of-school suspension numbers. But the policies and procedure, the policy that we have in place right now would have to be edited pretty significantly to really align with the goal that we have to reduce not just the disparities, but really just the when it's not, where we use suspension and where we don't. So I know we just did that work in terms of looking at the matrix, but it doesn't. It doesn't seem to align with any longer with the direction that you're going, which it sounds to me is not. It's great that you have the restorative practices that you're using, but there are other things you do preventatively. As part of a whole, that these other things that you're doing, that this whole presentation should get us to a space where we are at least looking at, increasing access to opportunity should have a positive impact on reducing the disparities that we see in suspension rates. There are lots of things that will be happening simultaneously, but if we have a policy that doesn't follow these restorative practices in the work that you're doing, it's really not helpful. If you are a principal and you're still being guided by, you know, a matrix that allows for suspension in either in school or out of school, based on an interpretation of you know, discipline, then you're not really on board with the district. I don't know if I'm being clear because I'm 909 right now.
Yeah. I understand.
I think there's in-depth work that has to be done here that's policy related and is in the board's realm. So I'm just wondering, how can we support?
So I think just as we continue to make shifts, I think reviewing the policy, honestly, I did not look at the policy around like just discipline and attendance. Like I'm just thinking of some of those ambiguous things that people had that administrators have the latitude to implement suspension for. We did try to address a lot of it in our reactive plan by taking out things like disrespectful or just those words that don't really have a clear definition around them. Like disrespectful is the one that keeps coming to mind. Darcy and Rick may have some other examples. We tried to be more specific around things that you can actually observe, see, feel, do, and it's not so generalized, so that as administrators and staff, we have to be reflective about what we are writing students up for, or sending them to the office for, or engaging in whatever types of conversations. So on that level, we're trying to clean it up. I do think, to your point, Kelly, we may just want to look at our policies around discipline, suspension. I don't know which policies those are, but I think just to see if they align or if there is ambiguous language in that may be.
I think it's also a piece of the practices and procedures that follow that policy. So looking at, for example, you know, if you have a kid that's gotten to suspension, has the grown-up involved taken ownership for the place that got us to that space? Meaning like all the little, you know, it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts or whatever. How do you take ownership of those things that led up to getting us to that big mark of saying, whatever you did, you can no longer be in the building for 3 days, which we want to avoid at like almost all costs. So thinking through like what can we do, not just from that broad board policy level, but what practices and procedures and policies do we have in place that mandate certain behaviors from the grown up?
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, those are the things we do need to look at. And again, like as I talked about with the e-teams and just changes and how we looked at I mean, Kelly, as you know, because you are familiar with restorative practices, it does take some adjustments, and there are times that it may not be the right thing to do. So examining that and balancing that with where we may say to a parent, we are going to do a circle, and somebody's like, no, I'm not participating in a circle. I want that person X. So navigating through all of those kind of things, it will take some time and shift in culture and expectation, and a shift in like, this doesn't mean that people are not taking responsibility or being held accountable. It's a different way of approaching certain situations. But yes, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Kelly. I think that's policy JDD that was last updated, I think in 2008. So this would be an excellent time for maybe the policy committee. It looks like maybe just a few words that may need to be edited in that policy, but I'll definitely let the policy committee do that work. But there again, in alignment with our equity policy, those are some things that we can look at, or the board can look at, to continue to support this work.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I mean, we also approve all the handbooks, so I do think we can look at it even beyond that at the board level. So, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Kelly, thank you for mentioning this, Shannon. Thank you for mentioning the handbooks. I actually was going to bring that up because not only do these policies and procedures and practices make their way into the handbooks. I've even seen just this last week that they make their way down to the level of the syllabi that are getting handed out to students at the high school level, at least. And so I think there's policy work for us to do, and then there's maybe some systemic work for building administrators to do at the high schools to make sure that that this shift in focus is really reflected at all those different levels.
Well, for our last slide, just thinking about next steps. First of all, just that was a lot. And if I could bring you all the way back around, and if you look at the bottom, the equity at the center, and thinking about those 4 pillars, those main ideas of access, representation, meaningful participation, and high outcomes, anything that you hear as a board in terms of things that we're doing in the district should be elevating one or more of those areas, right? Providing more access, representation, meaningful participation, or high outcomes for students, most specifically our most marginalized. And so this report could have been 30 times longer because we could have reported to you on all the other things that we're doing because it's all connected. And so I think it's really important to keep those things at the heart of everything that we're hearing. But a couple of next steps is to, as you all as a Board of Education finalize your equity policy, for us as a district to be thinking about what those metrics are to monitor the board policy. What are the action steps and metrics we want to utilize to ensure that we're meeting that expectation and that we're accountable and that accountability is trickling down. And then would also like for the board and the community to hear from that affiliate practitioner group, as they are individuals who deliver a lot of our professional learning, support our equity teams, support staff, and do some coaching with staff, and can also speak to what's working and what's not. We want to dig deeper into those successes and challenges that are associated with the adaptive pieces of the work. It's sometimes easier to talk about those technical programs and policies and things that we're putting into place, but there's this whole adaptive side that actually impacts the experience of our staff and our students. So thinking about that, how our staff are deepening their own self and social awareness as well as their critical consciousness. And a lot of that work is shouldered by our equity affiliates and our curriculum and instruction team. So we will ensure that you get to hear from them as well regarding the adaptive layers of our equity work across all elements of our strategic plan and everything you heard about today. And with that, we'll open it up for any additional questions for us. And thank you for your time and listening.
Anybody want to jump in?
As you were thinking of your question, I just want to echo what Leah stated. I definitely appreciate your time in terms of listening to this presentation. This is the work. When we talk about really moving the needle on some of the things that we really need to move the needle on and improving student outcomes as it relates to equity, you've seen that here, in terms of changing the way we do discipline, looking at our students that are not in our AP classes. Not only is it important that they are represented in the AP classes, but now they're in there, what are we going to do to ensure that they have high outcomes? And so I'm super proud of the work that, and there again, as Leah indicated, we could have talked a long time about this because it is so vital to the success of every single student in this district. And so I'm really excited now to begin to see and wait for some of the outcomes, as it relates to decreases in discipline, increases in closing those achievement gaps by addressing those opportunity and access gaps. And so all of this is seeming like it's coming together. We're going to have an equity policy here soon. And so it's just really beginning to be exciting to really do some great things for students and families.
It's a profound amount of work. I just want to, when you put all the pieces together, when I think about where I was sitting at just as a board member a few years ago and where you guys are at now, I know that this is work that goes on and we keep working, but what you've done over the last couple of years is really, it's remarkable. I think it sets the stage for great things to come and for us to be able to ask really challenging questions and for you to be set up to do something about them. So I just want to I just say with my gratitude for that. So other board members?
I just want to thank everybody for their time and the presentation. It was really interesting, and like Dr. Lewis tells us every once in a while, this is legacy work that we're watching tonight that we saw, and I I believe that, and I agree with it, and it's we've come a long way in the last couple of years, and it's fun to see it come together, and I'm excited to see where it goes from here. So thanks for the time and for what you've done and where you're going from here. I appreciate it.
This is Shannon. I just wanted to add that it feels like we've kind of finally figured out that next step of embedding this operationally in a way that I think we struggled with for a little while, and so I'm really excited about lots of aspects of things that you've shared tonight, and just commend the work that's going on. We have a lot to be proud of in our district for having this focus, having this be the way that we think about the work that we do as a team. And so it's I just thank you.
I'm going to just echo what everyone else said. As someone that's grown up here in Lawrence and gone through middle and elementary and high school and have my own kids go through, I definitely appreciate the work that's being done currently. And I've shared with a couple board members and Dr. Lewis before that I wish that when my 3 older boys had attended the district at the time, that they had the resources that we have available today. It's changed a lot.
Okay, I just wanted to thank everybody for working so hard on the equity piece, and we're going to be a beacon for other school districts, and we're not just doing lip service. We're you guys. We're all getting it done. So thank you, everybody.
Okay. Other questions or comments? I know that Dr. Lewis, you shared with Erica and I and Carol that there'll be and Leah and Dr. Stubblefield alluded to them, that we will be seeing more of this work and more reports coming to the board ongoing throughout the year as you guys meet some of those markers and start to look at outcomes. So I appreciate the early report. All right, Dr. Lewis, are there additional announcements?
No, just lastly, I do want to thank the team, the Together Again team that presented at our work session, and the team members that were also part of Together Again that presented at the equity, some of our equity work as well. Thank you all for your countless number of hours that you spend doing this work, because often say this is tough work, but it's the right work. And I think we're seeing this even in our budgets. I think I've seen it somewhere where it said, show me your budget and I'll show you how focused on equity you are. Well, for us to, and for the board to approve of using some administrative savings to fund equal opportunity schools, that says that we're serious about this work. So again, just thank you to all, the entire staff. And then just forecasting next week, and not next week, but next board meeting, and reminding board members of Kelly's request to get any questions or any information that you would need for the September 28th board meeting to Elise. Was it by tomorrow or Wednesday, Kelly?
I think you guys need it by the end of tomorrow to be able to really have the time.
Okay.
And I think we can give that to you.
Okay. So just reminding that, and we look forward to the board meeting on September 28th. Thank you, Kelly.
Okay, I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Okay, this is Carol. I move to adjourn the meeting.
This is Shannon. I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you all very much for coming. I look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks. Thanks, Dr. Lewis, and everyone for everything that you did tonight. We appreciate it. And to all the teachers out there for your first week. Thank you, thank you, thank you.